Welcome one and all to the Eastland Match of the round, the final one of the 2023 home and away season. We're live from Sylvan Recreation Reserve for the Division 3 clash between Silvan and Fairpark. The Lions needing to get the upset win here and Oakleigh District to lose this evening in order to play the Division 3 finals this year. All the action from this game live on 98.1 Radio Eastern FM, plus streaming on Facebook and YouTube. I'm Josh Ward, joined for the next hour of Pregame by EFNL Media Manager Ryan Long and Brett Beston. Ryan, to you first. Our first time out here in Sylvan, and in 8 years, I believe, as well. The last time the media team ventured out here.
Yeah, it's something like that, and thanks for having me, Josh. It's a nice little ground here. It's a very small ground.
We don't get much choice. You're the boss.
No, you're right. We've gone from two ends of the east, from Balwyn out to Sylvan in the last couple of weeks. But no, I like it. I was just inside. They had the fire going. We drove up and up the mountain, so a bit of a nice scenic route rather than where we usually go. So I actually have enjoyed it so far, and hopefully we've got a good contest in front of us, because although Sylvan have locked up their ticket for the final series in Division 3, Fairpark are still a mathematical possibility. A win will then make things interesting with Oakleigh playing tonight. So obviously it's a big day here.
It's a big day, particularly for Fairpark.
And you owe me some petrol money too for the lift up here.
It was a picturesque drive up here though, Besto. I think you obviously got a lift up here as well, but it is a nice spot that we're calling from, and a nice view overlooking the mountains out here.
Yeah, it's first time to Sylvan, but it was beautiful coming up through the ranges today, all the little spots like Alinda, etc. And yeah, it's a really nice ground. Like, it's a very small ground, but very picturesque, and I'm not very excited to say that when I got here, because the weather forecast is pretty bleak this afternoon, I thought it's going to be quite nice, and in the space of 5 minutes it's clouded over. The temperature's dropped by about 5 degrees, and I'm on the boundary today, so it's not going to be fun.
Couldn't have picked a better week to be on the boundary, Besto, but no, it is still...
Got to do what you got to do, Joshy.
Sorry, Brett.
It is still a big day out here, and a big weekend for Sylvan, because they've got the match of the round today, and then tomorrow they've got the 3 women's finals as well. So I have a feeling there could be a little bit of an extra buzz around this small town, but yeah, it's great to be out here, and plenty on the line for Fairpark, who will want to put their best foot forward. Of course, there's plenty of action around the ground, so we will touch on that shortly, but just talking about this matchup in general, we will be joined by Trent Martin in a couple of moments' time. But for Sylvan, it's their second consecutive final series and their first time they've played in the Division 3 finals series since they've come across to the EFNL back in 2011. And to be able to be playing Division 3 finals after... we didn't have too many expectations for them. I personally can gobble up my own words, because I had them at the bottom of the table. One of many predictions I got wrong, but they're playing finals, and it's a great achievement for the team, just given they've come up a division this year.
It's a heck of an effort. You always, a side can dominate in a division and they can come up, and the next year can be a bit of a disaster for them. But the fact that they've been so relevant and so competitive, and here they are, probably the side to beat in this division, or one of them, is a real credit to the club, and they're going gangbusters. And good luck to them.
I think depth was the question mark coming into the season. Their best 22 is really good, and there's some older bodies in the side. Obviously, your playing coach in Trent Martin, James Charge has come to the club. There's quite a few older guys, and
Justin Ficcarelli.
Yeah, Ficcarelli's mid-30s, is he? Something like that. And obviously they are trying to keep everyone on the park and come finals time, because their best is certainly good enough to contend in the final series. And I think they're a real chance to make a statement.
Without doubt, yeah. No, the way they're going, they're every chance, definitely.
And we are now joined by the playing coach of the Sylvan Football Club, Trent Martin. Trent, thanks for jumping on Pregame, having a chat with us before this big game.
No worries, fellas. Always a pleasure.
And how are the boys feeling about today and just the next couple of weeks in general? Because finals locked in, and it's a pretty exciting time for the club, isn't it?
Oh, massive, mate. It's we're excited this time of year. It's to be honest, it's probably shocked everyone, really, including you three Sydney, I reckon. No, don't lie to me. We probably weren't expecting to come up here and see us finish third, or wherever we're third, or I think we're going to finish third. and playing in a finals campaign. So it's exciting. It's I won't lie, and I said it's caught me off guard a little bit. I thought when we lost our premiership players last year and only recruited a couple, I thought we might have been a little thin, but what we've managed to achieve up here has been brilliant, and we can't wait.
Trent, what do you put your finger on it? Because we were just saying that, like, we're not being disrespectful, but we thought, you came up from Division 4, and often when a side gets promoted, they have a bit of a period of just trying to, sort of stabilise, I suppose, and you've just come up here and dominated. So why do you think that's been? What do you put your finger on?
Don't worry, we noted it that you noticed that. I think that our top players are elite, to be honest. So we sort of look at our list and we think we are top 10 to 15 and have been really elite, and then some players that we probably didn't expect much out of, more of a development year for them, they've come on and played a role. So I think our top end's good, and then we've been able to get a few games into our bottom end, so it holds us in really good stead going forward.
And your form in the last few weeks, I think, has been pretty impressive. There's probably that middle patch we saw at the Oakley game and had a really good win on the road, and then probably had a couple of injuries and probably a run there with a couple of losses to Whitehorse and a few other sides. But have you sort of been able to just get back everyone on the park in the recent weeks and find some form?
Absolutely, mate. There was no shock. That middle period was always going to be pretty hard for us because we actually had a lot of players go overseas. I think it's a pretty common thing, speaking to a lot of other coaches, is blokes, particularly younger blokes that I suppose missed that COVID travelling time, and you can't blame them for that. They'd planned trips and it gave me plenty of notice, so we knew that middle period was always going to be tough. We managed to scrape a win and a draw, I think, through there, and then the beauty of us is we get all our players back at the right time. So I think, other than poor old Lockie Lynch broke his collarbone last weekend, we'll pretty much be at full strength coming into all going well today, touch wood. I'm pretty sure we've come at the right time to all our we'll have our strong squad at the right time of the year. And
one player to probably touch on, Matty Lowe's had a fantastic year. I think 58 goals is just about the most in the entire senior men's competition, and obviously with Kimpton not there this year, he's had a massive season stepping up in some of the voids.
Absolutely, mate. He's been brilliant. He's a kid that's got a lot of his mates up to this footy club and bought into everything we're doing here, and he just loves this joint. He was the nucleus of getting a lot of like Lynch and your Turnbulls and all these kids up here at the start, and what he's done for this footy club, not only on the field but off the field as well, he's been sensational. His whole family have bought into our club. His brother's playing here in the 2, so it's a whole package, the Lowe family, and we're rapt to have him on board. One of the guys that sort of caught my eye in the little bit of footage that I've been watching off and on is Tyson Bissell. He's had a fantastic year. Tell us a bit about him. Yep, we're pretty thin on local blokes up here because geographically where we are in such a small town, so he's one of the only local kids we've got, and he's had a brilliant year. He was 10 years ago, he was running water for the as a 10-year-old or 14-year-old or whatever he was. He was running water for the grand final side, and now he's an integral part. So he's just big and strong kid that he's been really good for us. It's brilliant.
I don't know if this mic's working. I just jumped in front because I just jumped on the broadcast because I just wanted to ask you a question. That I've been really impressed with your social media. That's something that I've harped on about. These guys are probably sick of hearing it, but it's a really big thing for the community and something that you've obviously changed because you never had it last year. Like I was saying to Ryan, I said, I don't know that they won a flag. I don't know what they're doing, and all of a sudden it's changed. But you've obviously brought that community involvement or changed it.
And I guess it's help. I guess it's no surprise we're a small club and volunteers are hard across any club, and it's hard to get volunteers up here. And we've got a young lady, Lizzie, who gets on, and she's a bit more in tune than some of these farmers around here. She's a bit more up to speed with social media and the needs and wants of what people want to see. So she loves it. She loves our club. I think she was a trainer years ago, went away and did some things and come back, and it was just an easy thing. I think it's a bit something that we probably had been lacking, and then to have her, and we've got another lady, Tracy Ellis, who helps out there. It's more the female touch that we probably needed up here, and it's obviously that you guys have noticed it, so it's sensational that we could that you've noticed it.
Yeah, and even the fire inside as well. We were having a look up. I'm keen to stick around for a drink after. It's not a bad place.
Yeah, it's absolutely old school.
It's a great way to obviously bring the community together. And what local footy is obviously on the up and up, and it's just easier to get to the local footy than rather going to town in cost of living and stuff like that. But
absolutely,
it's a credit to your club, and please pass on. Well done to her.
Good man. Appreciate. Glad you guys have noticed it. Thank you.
Yeah, well, I definitely do enjoy it as well. And just touching on the female touch in general, there's the women's finals tomorrow as well, and with the game out here today, has there been just a little bit of an extra buzz around the town given how big this weekend is?
It's huge. It's huge. It's because I suppose we've got today and then tomorrow, and then there's a bit of an unknown with how the game's going to go today if we lose Fairpark or Live. So the next couple of days are a bit of a buzz up here with obviously we're going to play finals, but who we're going to play we won't know till later tonight with depending on how the results go, and then the women's finals here, and that's something the playing groups really help out. It's good. I was just speaking to Sean, their coach, saying that it's a good place to be up here because we're not asked to do much as a playing group. The club sort of runs itself, and the committee, help run the club. We're not asked to financially tip in much, so the players will chip in tomorrow, and that's all. The players have offered to do that, help run tomorrow, and it's just a little thing we can do to help, like you said, the community club that we are.
Trent, so important to win your home games, and my first time up here, and the first thing that sort of struck me is the postage-size stamp of your ground. It's so small. Do you think that's an advantage playing? Because it's such a unique-looking ground, isn't it? I mean, there's surely no other club in the EFNL that's got a ground like this.
Nah, well, have a look at blokes like me and Charge. He's bolder, bigger, slower, fatter blokes. It's no surprise that we keep playing because we get to play on here half a year. So it's probably, prolonged a few of our careers, to be honest. I don't reckon if we played it, out at Coldstream, I reckon I probably would have retired 5 years ago. So.
I reckon from this far end here, this right-hand end, as we look at the picture, if you had a decent tail breeze behind you, I reckon the kicking could just go through.
It's good, and we do try and win our home games. It's unique. I guess down in 4th Division, it's a bit different. When we were down there, Nunawading, Forest Hill, we sort of had some pretty good hit-outs against them because they're used to this oval, but in this comp it's unique and we have to use it. I'm a little bit nervous, I won't lie, about going out to Ringwood next week because it is probably double this, but we'll just cross that bridge when we get to it. We won a flag at East Burwood and that was big.
And just one question from Besto's on the ground. What's the arc? Do you know how far?
38.
38. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Not too bad. Not too bad. I was thinking 35, maybe 40 metres, but could we expect a couple of torps from you from inside the goal square?
We've got nothing to lose, why not?
and just on last 2 times we've actually come watch Sylvan, you've been best on ground in the grand final, and you had the Sports Go Eastland.
Can't wait.
So expect a good performance
I
again.
am. I've spoken to Sean actually in there before and said, hopefully he doesn't expect the same. I just want to, as I said, I'm old. I just want to get through. I mean, it's a little bit of keeping the powder dry, but we want to take winning form into finals. It's a shame because I've got so much respect for Sean and Fairpark. We're mates. We've sort of become mates through footy, and it'd be a shame for us to knock them out because I have a lot of respect from what he's done at that footy club. We're little clubs, us and them. We're probably a lot smaller than them, but yeah, he's of a similar ilk and a lot of same theories in footy and that. So we've kept in contact throughout the year, and it's a shame that we've got to come to a head today. But it is what it is. We'll have a beer and either way after the game and move on.
And just on one player as well, Michael Bonfordini, his 150th game for Sylvan as well. It's a big achievement in the final round of the home.
Mate. He's been banged up for probably 10 years. He's probably one of the more injured players we've got, but he just keeps finding a way to play. He's been sensational for us. His family have been they're all life members at this footy club. His dad does the timekeeping. It's a great thing that his family get to watching that. It's probably something I've missed living on the other side of the state. Is his family involvement at a footy club sensational, and his dad's a great fella. His mum in the canteen, I think, working at the moment. So they're a great family, and to get their son to 150 game and watch him play today is sensational. It means a lot to their family. So all the best to him.
Well, Trent, we really appreciate you jumping on Pregame, and
thanks, boys.
Good luck for today. Hopefully,
speaking after the game again.
We'll see. I have no doubt we will. But good luck today, and good luck for finals as well.
Thanks, boys. Good on you. Thank you.
Thank you to Trent Martin. He's always been so great with his time. Trent Martin, one of the best blokes to have a chat with as well.
Yeah, absolutely. He's done a phenomenal job with this club. Him and Charlie there have obviously the premiership last year was the big success, and to come into Division 3 the way they have, to finish third, they can't drop any lower than that. They will finish third. Yeah. So it's a fantastic job for the club, and I'm looking forward to seeing how they go next week. They'll go in favourites no matter if it's Fairpark or Oakley that they do play, and then they've got that big task of most likely Furniture Gully, maybe Donvale in that second week of the finals, and they can cause an upset there. I mean, you never know what sort of run they can get.
So next they'll be playing at Tormoy, yeah?
Jubilee.
Jubilee. Yeah, what a difference.
Well, that's
chalk and cheese.
It's a massive difference.
I mean, they've played on a bigger ground this season in Coldstream, and they
beat Coldstream.
So
that's true.
They have that experience there, and I'm trying to think. Donvale's still a reasonably large ground, and Furniture Gully as well, so they have a bit of experience there. But yeah, I can understand why he's a little bit scared of Jubilee, just because it's a massive tick compared to this one out here. But
they'll adjust, I'm sure.
Yeah, they are definitely going into, no matter what, if they face Fairpark again or if they face Oakley District, they're going into this into the elimination final as favourites. As let's have a look at some games taking place around the grounds. Of course, Sean Stan will be joining us in about 10 minutes' time. Let's start off at the bottom, Division 4, Forest Hill, Croydon North Hemlock. We can just skim through this one. I think the Zebras, Justin Cicluna's final game in charge of Forest Hill, so I think they'll want to get up for him.
Yep, yeah, no argument there.
Nunawading, Chertside Park, Grant Stevens 300th EFNL game, and that article is up on the EFNL website now, and that was a great chat as well with a man who's been to many different clubs, starting out at Donvale, going to Vermont, South Croydon as well, was part of that 2009 Division 2 Premiership, so he's been around the track.
He's there for the team of the decade, he said, for the South Croydon.
Yeah, he was there for the team of the decade. So it's a great achievement for him to add that to 300 games to the milestone. But I do know one thing for certain: he wants that premiership as well with Chertside Park. And
they are the favourites, I think, just about. And it's funny because Kilsyth have been on top of the ladder for.
They've almost timed their run to perfection, haven't they?
9 in a row, and it's just a polar opposite to last year, where they came into the final series. They had a great start to the season, but a few injuries, a lot of players that are probably a little unfit by finals time, some injuries and stuff carrying into that preliminary final where they got pumped by Surrey Park. So it's polar opposite, and at the moment...
Speaking of polar...
it's starting to get a little cold. It's starting to get a little more chilly out here. It's not looking good for you.
But having a look at it, the fact that, and this other game, Kilsyth versus Surrey Park, is very interesting now because, as you said, Josh, Chertside, if they win, jump into the top two if Surrey Park lose to Kilsyth. Yeah,
it's there is still a bit on the line for both Surrey Park and Chertside Park, and that game taking place at Surrey Park Reserve. So as you mentioned, Ryan, Chertside Park win, Surrey lose. Chertside are playing in the second semi-final and a shot at the straight steps to the grand final.
Surrey Park have got the speed wobbles a bit at the end of the season, Josh. They were going really well, but they've started to just falter.
They have. Again, like every club, they're still missing players. Like,
here we go.
Here's a PR talk.
Here's the PR. But I think they came up against a rampant Chertside Park outfit, and we talked about it yesterday on the weekend forecast, Ryan, that it was probably last weekend's result probably showed more about Chertside Park than it did Surrey Park. They've struggled on the road at Chertside Park in recent history. I think it's 3 in a row they've lost. They've lost at Kimberley Reserve. At Surrey Park, I think it's just the one loss there this season. But I think they probably still go into this as favourites. Kilsyth, they don't have Kilsyth don't have Sean Curry as well. Chopping and changing headphones out here, but Kilsyth have no Sean Curry. I don't think they have Travis Browning as well. No Bailey Ray.
Sorry, I just stole Brett's mic.
We're just having a little technical issue, but we've got it sorted, I think.
All good now. But Kilsyth, no Sean Curry, no Travis Browning, no Bailey Ray, no Brandon Drosler in their lineup today. Surrey Park, I think no Nick Cairn, Matt Garvin, Jacob Woodfull, Ryan Kennedy, Tom Smith, they're still missing. But given what's at stake for Surrey Park, I'll still back them in just because Kilsyth, I feel like that we talked about this a bit off air, Ryan, just how they'd probably prefer to play Surrey Park in that second semi-final than Chertside Park, because they probably go in as underdogs against Chertside Park if they did defeat Surrey here and met them in next week.
Yeah, I actually think they would, and you're never going to go into a game wanting to lose. And Sylvan are actually in a similar spot with their spot locked up, and depending on who makes it out of Fairpark and Oakley, they were in a similar position. But obviously you don't want to lose and then give Surrey a bit of hope coming into a qualifying final next week or a semi-final. But then also you don't want to run into Chertside first week because you're probably then playing in potentially a much harder game, and a game that you could slip to a preliminary final, and obviously you want that grand final locked up as early as you can. We saw that happen with Sylvan last year and going to win the flag, same with the Waverley Blues. So, it's an interesting position. I still think they'll go out there and try and win, and it's hard. And obviously they're going to say that they're going to do that, but if they lose, I don't think they'll be overly upset.
I don't think they'd be too overly disappointed. I think there'll definitely be many eyes.
But they'll come in with the, and I know Churnside have certainly got that now. They don't care who they play. That they think they can win against anyone, and I think Kilsyth will have something similar. I think with the way they've gone, although Churnside got them last time, we do still have to give them the respect that they've been the top side all season.
Yeah, I don't think, to be honest, that all this talk about, they'll probably just go out there, they won't be too worried if they lose, but no side goes out to lose. So I think, and it's a dangerous habit to, if that is the case, it's a dangerous habit to start formulating, because, I mean, you're going to play all these sides at some point. You have to beat everybody to win the thing, and I think they'll be going out there and giving it their all. And
I think they've defeated everyone up to this stage as well. Just the 2 losses and the 1 draw, both coming against Churnside Park and Forest Hill, Kilsyth. So,
and not the time of the season to be starting to falter.
Yeah, I think you always want to be heading into finals in your best form and coming off a win. So
100%.
Yeah, but still back. Sorry, do we have the Oracle's tips for Division 4? Ryan, hate to throw you under the bus.
We'll keep going. I'll see if I can get him up. I don't know if I'm assuming he sent him to me or her. But continue on.
Let's have a look at Division 3 now. Obviously, we've got this game out here, and there's 3 other games taking place around the grounds. Domvale and Coldstream just out of Domvale Reserve. I think we'll go to the Oracle
I've got
first.
him here for you. So the Oracle has tipped Croydon North Emlock to beat Forest Hill 71-36. Got Churnside Park defeating Nuttawading 105-54. And Kilsyth by 8 points, 99-91 Surrey Park. So that would be an interesting contest if it ended up like that.
I hope it's like I hope it's that type of contest, but the other way around.
All right, we get it.
That's it for Surrey for now. Let's move on to Division 3. Domvale Coldstream. Bit of a dead rubber for both sides. I think Domvale get the win pretty comfortably here.
I think Domvale probably won't lose again this season, to be honest. It's hard to see anybody beating them. But, once we get into finals, there's a different pressure and there's different things that can happen. But Domvale...
And I guess Waverley Blues were the example where they dominated the home and away and had 2 close finals.
Great point, yeah.
Yeah, and the side they'll most likely meet in the maybe 2 finals, or definitely next week, Ferntree Gully, they travel to Springfield Park. The last time they went there, they lost, but Whitehorse, they're on it. No, I don't think so, just because Whitehorse, they've, 10 or 11 losses in a row now for the Pioneers, and they're going down to Division 4 next year, so I already know that, so not too much to play for. It's not been the greatest season for Whitehorse. They showed plenty of promise, particularly in that middle patch of the season, defeating Ferntree Gully and just falling short of Domvale, but I think that they'd be pretty disappointed that they'll have to take the drop down into Division 4. And then the final game, a night game, as we've mentioned plenty of times, out at Princess Highway Reserve. I think the first night game out there between Oakley District and Warrandyte. Oakley District, they'll probably head into this game wanting to win. They'll definitely head into the game as favourites, just because they've been able to comfortably defeat Warrandyte the first 2 times this season. But if Fairpark win here today, there's a bit more on the line for Oakley District to get the job done, and they'll be pretty eager to do so.
Yeah, well, it's an interesting contest. Obviously, as a night game, it could be set up as a grandstand finish if Fairpark are to get the job done here today. But on form, you bring back both the Pearsons too. The 2 times that they played earlier in the year, Oakley have won quite comfortably. So even if the Lions do get up this afternoon, I still think Oakley will have enough talent to beat Warrandyte at home as well.
100% agree. I just don't think Warrandyte, it hasn't been a great year for them, and I think Oakley will have too much power, and I think even regardless of the fact that it's at night and there could be a few strange things happen, regardless of this result, I think they'll win pretty comfortably.
Well, they played a night game earlier in the year against Fairpark, so...
Is there something in the night game?
I think it probably makes contests a little more even. Obviously, East Ringwood and Berwick, I think
sometimes
that was
a lower scoring game.
Yeah, so it might give teams a bit of a chance, but just looking at the 2 lineups, Oakley's pretty much at full strength. You've got your 3 best players playing in the Pearson brothers, and Zach Bazanich, who's only 2 away from the leading goal kicker of this division. And I think
he kicked 5 of their 6 last week. So, obviously he's very key, but coming into a final series against Sylvan, if they are to make it, probably, he is very important, and they missed him in that earlier game that we were out for the match of the round, but certainly do need to have a few players around him step up in the next couple of weeks.
Yeah.
He can't be kicking 5 out of 6.
Yeah, and maybe someone like a Simon Hawkins, if he does come back, I think he can kick goals.
Yeah, because he's still out, isn't he? He's not back in yet.
Yeah, I don't think he is. It's just both Pearson brothers back. They can both get on the score sheet as well. There are other options, but yeah, they can't just be relying on Bozanic up forward if they are to play finals. And if they did, we keep talking about it, it'd be a great achievement for the club to be able to play finals, Besto.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it wasn't that long ago they were in Division 4 getting beaten by all and sundry, because obviously when they came up or came into the league, it took them a while to get acclimatised, but now they're a very competitive side. But bad luck that Simon Hawkins is still up there. I rate him really highly. He was very good at Waverley Blues. I'm not sure if they'll get him back before the end of the year, but they've still got plenty of firepower, no doubt.
And we are joined now by the coach of the Fairpark lineup in Sean Sten. Sean, thanks for jumping on and having a chat with us pre-game ahead of what is a massive contest for the side.
Yeah, pleasure. It's been a while. I think you dropped off us there for a few years. We haven't seen you, so it's good to good to have you down. Yeah, it's going to be a good game. I think start of the year, I thought we would be around the mark. I think most of the media had us penciled in to get relegated, so we again prove you wrong. But in saying that, it's going to be a good day. Looking forward to it.
Us a hard time.
I probably was one that put them pretty highly, so maybe that's one prediction I got right. But what's the build-up been like ahead of this contest, given what's on the line for the side?
Yeah, it's been good. I think we've got something to play for ultimately. At the end of the day, what will be, and obviously, if Oakley win and we were to win, we still couldn't play finals. But in saying that, it's good. It's exciting. It's not a dead rubber. We've been in positions in the past where the last game's just been a dead rubber, and blokes are looking forward to getting back to the club to have a beer. So there's a bit riding on the line today, and obviously Sylvan are going really well. They're well coached, and it's going to be a great day of footy, I think.
If you do win tonight, is there going to be a mass exodus out to the game tonight, out to Fairpark?
I dare say. So I live in Mentone, so Oakley's sort of on the way home for me. So if we happen to win, I'll be shooting down there. But we played here earlier in the year, and Sylvan gave us a bit of a lesson. To be honest, they play the ground really well, and I was sort of hoping, I spoke to Trent earlier in the week, and I was hoping he'd rest a few, but he sort of hasn't. So it's going to be, we're going to have our work cut out for us. But in saying that, I think, our team on paper looks pretty strong. We're playing some reasonable footy at the moment.
Did you learn much from that game early in the season out here? Obviously, it's a unique ground, very small. A lot of sides struggled to come here over the recent years. I mean, did you learn much and about the way they played as well? Because then you come back to Fairpark and knocking them off the second time.
Yeah, I did. And I've sort of gone through some of their games this year where they've had real dominant quarters. And I think they obviously have a really dominant ruckman in charge. They've got some really dangerous, elusive forwards. They don't have an overly big forward line. They tend to generate a lot of room in that forward half for their forwards. So something we need to be mindful of. We need to slow their ball movement and ideally get back and help our defenders out.
Absolutely. And looking at some of the goal kickers, obviously without Ben Gilling in the side at the moment, you've had some other players step up, and just on Jay Rankin as well. Is he 19 at the moment?
Yeah, he's 18.
18.
I spoke to the Stingrays probably a month or so ago. I don't know how he hasn't been picked up earlier, to be honest. It's his first year at the club. Obviously, his dad Lee's a club legend. I was quite staggered when he came down. I didn't quite know what we're getting with him. I heard that he had talent, but he probably has exceeded my expectations of him. And he's had a really good year. We've played James Crow down there, so ex-South Croydon. We've had to just try and manufacture goals. Probably one area that we haven't been great at the last couple of years is scoring.
Yep.
So we've tried to address that. And I guess last week was pleasing. We had 12 different goal scorers. So with Ben not being there, and he hasn't been there for the most part of the year, it was good to generate some goals on the weekend.
Has it actually probably helped you out probably in the long run and get a few more guys hit the scoreboard? And just on Rankin, we read this out a couple of weeks ago where did he kick 6 or 7 in the 19s
14
and then
goals.
14 goals in the 2 games combined or something?
Yeah, absolutely. I think he kicked 8 or 9 in the morning and then butted up with 5 or 6 in the afternoon. So for the most part of the year, it really is. Yeah. For the most part of the year, he's been playing 7 and 8 quarters of footy. Today, we've sort of just said focus on the senior game. So hopefully it works out. But he's a terrific kid. I guess he'll have to make a decision at season's end whether he wants to go and challenge himself to play at a better standard or just play footy at Fairpark. But he's a kid who, in my view, if he went and played VFL football, he'd be playing senior VFL football for mine.
And one question, it may bother me, but we were asking, what has happened with Ben? Is he injured at the moment?
Yeah.
Is he going to come back if you do play finals? Is there a potential for that?
Yeah, potential. I reckon it's probably ideally we have that decision to make. I think Kyle Hurd, the big ruckman, who he's such a valuable player for us. He's actually the runner in the twos at the moment, so we'd likely get him back from injury, and I'm fairly certain Ben would come back as well next week. So, as I said, hopefully the results go away here, and then the heavens open up at Oakley. And it's Warrandyte to win by a point.
Yeah. What difference have the three boys that you brought across from South Croydon at that upper level, what difference have they brought to the club or made to the team?
Yeah, so they've brought really good leadership qualities. I think they've obviously played at a higher level under some really good coaches. So there's certain things that we can improve upon as a club that they've sort of instilled in the playing group, but their professionalism, obviously their talent and their leadership is probably the three things that have shone for mine.
And Sam Raru as well, coming down to the club as well as experience at the VFL level. How much of a difference has he made in that midfield and forward line too?
Yeah, he's been outstanding. I think it is what it is, but we've had throughout the course of the year, we've very rarely had our full complement of players available. Sam, he missed a lot of footy during the middle of the year, but he's a great competitor. He's super hard, super strong. He hits the scoreboard. So I can't speak highly enough of him. He's obviously played probably better footy than here. And hopefully today, on a small, compact ground, I reckon the weather looks a little bit ominous ahead. It might be a little bit greasy, a little bit hard. That'll be right up his alley today.
And some of the other younger players as well outside of ranking, because there is a bit of young talent. Who are some of those that have really stepped up this year?
We've tried to introduce. So we've got a young kid, Geordie Lees, who will play on a half-forward flank, who's really exciting. He probably, at the start of the year, footy wasn't really a high priority for him. So sort of as the year's gone on, he's been more involved, but he's a real talent. Another kid, Ben Ogley from the under-19s, one of Jay Rankin's teammates. He's a lively little kid that plays on the wing, who runs up and down. He's got a great tank, and we're probably not that old, to be honest. We've got other guys like Dale Benton and Cooper Heyman, who are early 20s, like just into their 20s. So I think we're in a good spot. Obviously, we want to win today, but moving forward, I think we're in a pretty good position for launching next year.
Moving forward, Sean, that's probably leads into a question. Your ground's still under construction. I've been there. I'm a local to the area, so I see it, and I'm like, come on, get up and running, because you can notice a difference. Like you look at Mulgrave and what it's done to their ground and to their footy. Is that something you're sort of building on, and have you been given an ETA as to when it's all going to be done and dusted?
We have. I was saying at the start of the year that it was we're hopefully going to get in there in August, but I didn't think that was going to be the case. So, yeah, I think by the sounds of it, we'll be in there by November. So it's coming along really quickly. I'm still not sure if they're going to name the grandstand after me or not. I haven't seen that been unveiled yet. I haven't received a phone call.
Maybe the toilet block, Sean.
Yeah, potentially. I'll take it. But, so it's going to be a great facility. It's good for not only the footy club, but the cricket club and the local community as you're in the area. So it'll be great, and hopefully next year it'll also be something that will help us attract new players to our footy club.
Yep.
And obviously being a smaller ground as well, Fairpark, does it play somewhat into your advantage just knowing that playing out here, just given it's also a pretty small ground?
I reckon this ground is too small for cricket, let alone footy. But it's a bit smaller than Fairpark. In saying that, they've turned the ground out in unbelievable order. Like it's immaculate out there. I said we played some good patches of footy here earlier in the year, but for the most part, we're probably disappointing. But I think the way that we've improved our ball movement throughout the course of the year, and again, a lot of that goes back to the likes of Josh Allison, who's come on board in a playing assistant role, I think that should stack up here. And like I said, I think we're outside of Kyle and Ben out, we're pretty close to full strength, and we haven't had that too often this year. So hopefully it can click, and we've brought new players to the club, so it also takes time to get that cohesion as a group. And I think, as I said, we're probably peaking a little bit too late. But hopefully we can go out there. If we can perform well and win, even if the result doesn't go away, it's a big improvement. Because all jokes aside, I joked at the start of the today, but I think most people had us penciled in to get relegated, and I felt that we probably weren't going to be the team that got relegated. Have we exceeded expectations? Probably not. I honestly thought we'd finish around this mark. And it'd just be a really good way to end the year if we were able to get 4 points today, regardless of what happens later on in the day.
Well, Sean, we really appreciate you jumping on Pregame, and good luck for today, and who knows, maybe for finals as well.
Lovely. Thanks for coming down.
Thank you to Sean. We're going to go to our first break here on the Eastland Match of the Round. When we return, we'll continue discussing all the games taking place around the grounds ahead of this big game out here at Silvan Recreation Reserve between Sylvan and Fairpark.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the Eastland Match of the Round, live from Sylvan Recreation Reserve. Sylvan up against Fairpark out here in a big Division 3 clash. Josh Ward here alongside Brett Beston and Ryan Long. We'll get stuck into Division 2. We've gone through Division 3, but some interesting games. Unfortunately for both Div 1 and Div 2, both the top five, and relegation is pretty much locked in for both divisions. So we'll probably be able to skim through these pretty quickly. First up, the Basin up against Knox. Knox still mathematically a chance to survive, but they need to win by a fair margin if they are to survive. I think it was 120 points they might have needed to win by.
At least, I think.
Yeah, so
Probably not terribly realistic, but, you know.
Well, I mean, you'll be checking the scores, so if they're up by 60 at midway through the second quarter, then maybe we've got something coming. But other than that, it will be a Basin win.
And it's Trevor Mills' last game as well for the Basin, a terrific servant and a captain.
Great stalwart, yeah.
I think it's 100.
Longest serving captain,
I think he is, and he's captain this year as well, I believe as well. So he's done a terrific job through the highs and the lows, right?
And it does mark sort of a bit of a transition phase for the club. Obviously, this year you had that influx of players leave at the in the off season, go off to different clubs, new coach, a lot of younger players, a really good under-9 crop of players who have come into the senior side this year. So it was always going to be a hard year. But I think for the future, stay in the division. They've got a lot to look forward to, the Bears.
And their under-19s are still going pretty strongly as well. They'll still get those coming in next year, so they can only improve, can the Bears. For Knox, I think that given their second half of the year, they probably be a little disappointed they got relegated, just that slow start. But in Division 3, they definitely have something to build on down in that division. And I think
it's been hard to watch Knox. I mean, I know I'm going back a little way, but it wasn't that long ago that Knox were playing in the top division, and they got relegated. And I think from memory they got back up again. So they were playing at the highest level, and here they are now languishing in second division, about to go to third. So it's been a real fall from grace from them, but they'll be back, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think they've got a good future. A similar position, very young group. Steve Buckle there's going to do a fantastic job with them.
I think it was 2019 they were playing Division 1 footy, and probably next year they'll take the drop down to Division 3. So it is a bit of a drop, but they definitely do have something to build on, and a great coach leading the way out there. Upper Ferntree Gully, one of the sides that's confirmed to take the drop. They take on East Burwood today at Kings Park. I think it's safe to tip East Burwood. If Matt Spider-Lee was here, we probably would have been talking about East Burwood for 5 or so minutes.
He's almost as bad with East Burwood as you are with Surrey Park.
Or Blake Tennant is with Montrose.
Oh, no, that's no one tops him.
East Burwood to win this one.
Yeah, 100%.
Ringwood Waverley Blues out at Jubilee Park. If Ringwood had won last week and Mulgrave had lost against Heathmont, it could have been on the line.
we had a lot of really good opportunities to have some games in this final round to decide who finishes it in both 1 and 2. And then the last couple of weeks have just ruled out everything. Bayswater smacked Wanturna South last week, ruined their chances of making the top 5. And then obviously East Burwood have just really fallen off in the last few weeks. And I mean, Spy did say it yesterday that it is a wasted season. They've gone backwards. They're going to have to get a new coach again, so they've really made no progress. I know, and I understand the injuries are such a massive factor, and they haven't been able to have their best 22 out there. But so have most clubs. There's a lot of clubs who are in that same boat, and either way, it is a wasted year. I don't think you can say anything else, really.
And their reserves are still going pretty strongly as well. They've got the depth there, East Burwood. It's just I think those reserves players just haven't been able to step up into the senior fold. It's it definitely has been a wasted season for East Burwood. For Ringwood, it's not just given the turnover they had, the amount of change they went through in the off season. It's still somewhat of a pretty good season to possibly be finishing around just outside of finals. But I think it's the first time in a long time they won't be playing in the Division 2 grand final or in a final.
It's almost
series.
unthinkable because they've become such a staple of finals. But they did lose some players like the likes of Farmer and Co. So as you say, probably a decent finish for them, and hopefully next year they can bounce back.
They definitely have something to build on. Waverley Blues, they'll definitely have something to build on heading into finals. They've been in really good form the last couple of weeks, the Blues.
They have since their bye. They've come back, and I don't think they've lost since that final bye from memory, because they played Baronia just before it, and then have been able to lock up a top 3 spot no matter what happens with Templestowe Heathmont, which we'll touch on a second. They will finish at least 3rd, even if they do lose today. So they set themselves up for a big qualifying final next week, and then whoever does win that, you want a crack at Baronia before you get to the grand final. You don't want to go into that grand final without getting one more look at them, and you certainly got a bit to look at and catch up on a Hawk side, which is at full strength.
Looking at them, because I reckon they'll be.
Well, it is actually hard to see. Hard to see him not winning it this year, the Hawks. And
I put Baronia in the same boat as Donvale. I think you can probably lock them both in.
And South Belgrave, the three real front runners.
You can almost lock them in. But combined, all 3 sides have had just the 2 losses this season. Obviously, South Belgrave most likely to go unbeaten. Baronia and Donvale just the 1 losses each. And I think that Baronia loss was just by 1 point to Ringwood. So it's been a vastly improved season from Baronia, and they're definitely the team to beat. The side that also had the bye alongside Waverley Blues in Mulgrave, they've also been in really good form and do take on Baronia, and this is the perfect opportunity for the Lions to to test themselves against the best and see where the side's at, because they've been in red hot form. A big win against Heathmont last week, obviously knocking over Templestowe. They've been able to defeat Ringwood and Upper Gully, I think, since that bye. They've been in really good form.
They have. They've probably been the second in-form side in the division, arguably. I think they've got a case to make that. And their form at the moment, obviously, no Roberts still, and I don't think John... I don't know if they're returning. I'm not 100% sure. So Booth has certainly stood up. Zia Koulis has been pretty good. He played a milestone game this year. Connor Tilliard's had a fantastic, another fantastic season as a youngster. And we touch on Adam Booth. I think averaging just less than 6 goals a game in the last 5 to 6 weeks.
That's a handy effort, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is. So, I mean, they're in some good form, and Bronya, a few players being rested today, I believe, having a look at the team lineup. So, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we look at the scorecard at 5 o'clock if the Lions have actually pulled off a win. But, I mean, they're coming in with some good form, and you'd expect them to win that first final.
Yeah, they probably, no matter what, they'll probably play Heathmont in that first final and probably go in as favourites just because they defeated them last week and have been the second most informed side of the division. And Adam Booth, I'm not too sure of his age, Besto. I think it was 50 goals last
41,
year.
I think.
I think it was 50 goals last year.
I think so.
And
he's definitely hit the 40 mark.
I think
I hope. Otherwise, I've just... I think from memory.
I think he might have actually passed the 40 mark. So he's kicked more goals than how old he is, Adam Booth.
One for us old blokes.
He's done magnificent. Then the final game, Templestowe up against Heathmont. Heathmont, there's still a chance to get to finish in third, but they need to win by a big margin against the Templestowe side. That's obviously resting Kyle G. Vanini, but is still in really good form and starting to get back to their best after a disappointing fortnight against Mulgrave and Boronia about a month ago, Besto.
Absolutely, and I think Templestowe get the chocolates here, and just looking at the percentage you're talking about, it's too big. I think it's about 19 percentage points they've got to make up, so I think I don't know what that equates to and how many points they'd have to win by, but it would be a lot.
Yeah, it is a lot. I think it's, again, north of 100. It's just, it's that margin where it's like, you can maybe think about it, but it's not going to happen. And obviously they bring a couple players back in. Lake Tink, one of your favourite players, Finn Brown, back in the lineup this week. So some good talent coming back in. But I think Stevens in. He came back last week. Is that right?
I think so. There's still players missing. I'm not too sure if Ayan Batramov is playing for Heathmont, but there's still a lot of players missing from that Heathmont lineup, and they've just... the first half of the year they had a consistent lineup and were playing really good footy, but the second half their depth has again been tested. They've still been able to break through and get some wins, but just it's come back to haunt them, that depth, which usually hasn't been too strong. And I think given the second half of the year and where they were halfway through the season, best they'd probably be a little bit disappointed.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, most of the blame falls at the feet of the football manager. I think they need to get rid of him.
Who?
Davo.
Davidson.
I'm kidding. I'm absolutely
kidding.
I
thought you were starting to pop blokes at...
Because Brett Davidson, who's previously been on the media team, and he pops up from the odd guest appearance. I think he says he's still...
I was just waiting then I'd be getting a text from Heathmont and...
I'm kidding. Totally tongue-in-cheek. Yeah.
Do we have the Oracle's tips for Division 2? Again, I think I'm throwing you under the bus.
That's all right. I've got them here. Division 2. So the Oracle has the Basin winning by 2 points against Knox. Ringwood, Waverley Blues quite comfortably. East Burwood versus Upper Ferntree Gully has East Burwood winning by 12. I think it'll be a bit of a bigger margin than that, I would say. Mulgrave and Bronia, now that's interesting. He's got the lines, or her, has got the lines 107 to the Hawks 104. So that'd be an absolute ripper if it's both sides over 100 and less than a kick in it. And then Templestowe to defeat Heathmont 99 to 72. So a couple of interesting ones there. I think he's going at 55% in Division 2 this year. Not too bad.
I'm wondering what the Basin Knox score is, because I'm worried it might be a bit low scoring, that one.
Oh, yeah, but I mean, Basin just don't score much, do they? And they've been a very defensive first side, so I wouldn't expect that one to be a big margin.
Do we have Division 3 as well? I don't think we got the Division 3 Oracle tips, so I'll just quickly go back there.
The Oracle has Donval, Fairpark, Ferntree Gully by 5 points, interesting, and then Warrandyte.
Oh, wow.
So
Sorry.
The Oracle actually has Fairpark jumping into fourth position and playing finals. So, look, that's good signs for the Lions, maybe. The Oracles.
I think the Oracle's been drinking. There's no doubt about it.
Maybe he or her is a Fairpark fan, the Oracle. Let's have a look at Division 1 now. Croydon up against South Belgrave. Croydon, they're going down next year. South Belgrave looking for the perfect season. It would be their second undefeated home and away season in the last 3 full seasons. Of course, 2019 in Division 3 they went undefeated, and now this year they could potentially do so. And it'd be a great achievement for South Belgrave if they did so, Besto.
Oh, absolutely. They're a super side, aren't they? And I think they'll win this one comfortably. And, it's hard to see them not winning this division. I mean, who's going to beat them, quite frankly?
Yeah, it's hard. I mean, Mitcham...
I honestly, even Mitcham and Montrose, one of them will probably play him in the grand final, looking at the way things are going. But even then, it'll be tough. If they're at full strength, they are just... Yeah. I mean, they're dominant. Tim Smith is on the weekend, 7 goals and 26 touches. You can play him anywhere you like.
No, I just don't see anyone beating them.
No.
Just too much firepower. It's quite remarkable.
Yeah. Sorry, Blake, if you're listening.
Do you feel like they're cruising a little bit? Like, they're not pumping sides, but I feel like they're almost just waiting for finals, similar to last year.
Possibly.
Yeah, I think they'll want to put their foot to the gas in a final, and I think we talked about it yesterday. They'd be pretty eager for finals, South Belgrave. They've already known for a while.
They've known for that long that they're going to probably finish on top and have that bye. So, I mean, it's one of those things similar to Bronya and Donvale. They'll know similar that they've set to play finals for quite some time. So a lot of those sides are just going to be raring to go to get into it.
It's a remarkable performance, I mean, isn't it? With all the games they've won in a row, it's just incredible, and it's a real credit to them, no doubt about it.
And credit to Mulgrave for knocking them off twice last year. They're the only side to defeat them in 2 years, which is pretty remarkable.
Yeah. It's still head scratching despite the form Mulgrave have been in. I'm still amazed that they were the only side to have knocked over South Belgrave in the last 2 seasons. Shout out as well to Maurice D'Alessandrino, whose final game as Croydon coach. He's been obviously they're going down this year, or next year, but he's still done a terrific job.
He's been a great servant to the club. I remember I did a pre-season piece, and I interviewed him a few years back, and he's a lovely guy. He's great with his time, and he's been great for the club.
Will we see him popping up anywhere else in the future?
I'm not too sure.
A lot of
it's
coaching
possible.
jobs on the market at the moment.
It's possible. I won't be surprised if someone does come knocking on his door, if he goes to a different club and plies his trade out there.
It just depends, isn't it? I mean, it depends if he's had enough and he wants to take a season or two off. But I'd hate to think we've seen the last of him. He'll probably pop up somewhere, even as an assistant would be fine.
You want to see good people in footy stay around at clubs, whatever role that may be, even if it's just coming down and watching games. So, it'll be interesting.
It will be interesting. Lilydale Beaconsfield, the next game out there at the Ellis, so I think it's safe to tip Beaconsfield. Unfortunately, Lilydale will probably go the season winless, which they'll probably be the only club to do so, with Croydon North Hemlock and Upper Gully and Doncaster all picking up wins, but all of those sides at the bottom of the table. But a good opportunity for Beaconsfield to build some form before finals. North Ringwood and Wanturna South. Let's touch on this game. I think we could have been out here if Wanturna South hadn't have gotten thumped by Bayswater the week before. But now they're not playing finals. It's a dead rubber out there between the Saints and the Devils. Obviously no Brett Moyle. He's unfortunately left the Devils, so he won't get the chance to coach out of Quamby Reserve. But I think the Saints. It's a pretty good tune-up, even though Wanturna South have nothing to play for. I think this is a good tune-up heading into finals.
But who would have thought, probably a month ago, that we'd have been saying that Wanturna South would be out of finals? I mean, they were playing well. They looked like they were destined to play finals, and here they are now, sitting in 8th on the ladder and gone for the season.
Well, I mean, if there was an extra another 4 rounds, they'd probably get relegated by the way their form is going. Croydon's form has been better than Wanty South in the last month.
Just one win in the second half of the season, and that came against Lilydale. So it's not been that
similar to East Burwood. I know they've had some outs, but it's a wasted opportunity. They've taken some steps backwards after playing finals last year, really building towards something nicely. And now they've got again, similar to East Burwood, got to look for a new coach. Start from scratch almost a little bit, and hopefully for their sake they can respond. I think they will. I think I still back them to play finals next year. I think they've got the list to do so. you've just got to now find the right coach and work a couple things out and make sure there's no one going overseas.
I think the next coach might take passports away from different players to avoid them going overseas. Bayswater, Mitcham out of Bayswater Oval. I think you had Bayswater as your Super Boost Ruffy this game, but Mitcham have got some serious reinforcement into the lineup. Nick Hallow, Tom Lovell back after both at the week off. I think they probably get the job done.
And Alex Barton-Smith's first game in a long time for the senior side. I saw that yesterday, so hopefully he does play because that adds a lot to their midfield.
Yeah. How can you get a read on Bayswater, though? They've had such an up and down season, haven't they? It's been incredible, but Mitcham should get the win, definitely.
Yeah, I think Bayswater will give themselves every chance because they play Bayswater Oval pretty well. Just they're coming up against a Mitcham side. They'll look to build form before finals, but they'll give themselves every chance. The Waters, and then the final game, Montrose Moorbark. I believe Blake Tennant is out there, and he's got.
That's enough. That's no more mentions of him.
No more mentions of him, but we do have to mention his younger brother, Joel, is making his senior debut today. So, Blake's the only one in the Tennant family of the three brothers to not be playing in the Montrose senior lineup. So a great achievement for Joel. But I think Montrose win this game comfortably. Rivalries, make it pretty interesting. But they won, I think, 50 points last time. I think they get the win comfortably here.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, good time to debut as well ahead of a final series. And I have heard that he will be a really talented player, maybe even better than Bo in the side at the moment. So interesting to see how he goes. But with the way they're performing at the moment, I know Moorbark had a good win last week against the Tigers, but Montrose are setting themselves up for a final series. Whether they win or not today is irrelevant. They'll still play Mitcham next week.
As outcome, the Fairpark lineup, of course, Sylvan will be coming out shortly. There's the banner coming out for Michael Bonfadini. We're going to go to one final break here in the Eastland Match.
Are we?
Before this.
No, we've got 4 minutes, mate.
We've still got plenty of time. So we have the Oracle.
We do. Let's go through quickly. Oracle's tipped the draw between Bayswater and Mitcham, then has tipped South Belgrave, Beaconsfield, Montrose and Wanty South. Now let's jump into Premier. Pick a couple of good games.
There's a couple of interesting games. Vermont Noble Park, that's going to be a pretty big game out there at Vermont Recreation Reserve. Noble Park, there's a lot on the line. Top 6 spots still on the line. Vermont, you can almost lock in a top spot for them. I think they probably go in as favourites. Noble do lose a few players, including Ryan Morrison. I think they get the job done here. Do the Eagles?
I think so.
Has that game started early?
There's
already a score update.
Interesting. It's on game day. It's got the 2:20, so I'm not too sure.
I don't know. Yeah, it's got Noble in front by 20 to 18 early on, but I don't know. I tell you.
Could be a reserve score, maybe. I'm not too sure. Maybe they did actually start early, but if that is true, that's a pretty positive start for Noble Park, as out comes the banner for Michael Bonfadini.
That's a great bet. Look at that. That's awesome.
I believe that's Sporting Fine Art who's done that as well.
That is quite magnificent there, and congratulations to Michael Bonfadini. Roval Blackburn is also an interesting game. If Blackburn do win, or one of Noble Park and Doncaster East lose, they can jump into the top 6. But Roval, they win here, top 2 spot all but locked in for them.
They're not going to lose against Doncaster, so
yeah. I think they probably go in as favourites. I back Blackburn as my Super Boost Ruffy. I just think they can definitely cause some shockwaves, especially given they got close. I don't think they got close last time, but they're a much improved side to the last couple of weeks, and I think Roval have lost some players. I think Roval still get the
just
job
really quickly, it'd be interesting to see how Donny East bounced back after the loss last week. They take on Berwick away, so a little bit of a tricky game, but they should get the chocolates here, I think.
Yeah, definitely.
I think, it's still a bit of a banana slip game, this one, for Doncaster East down there at Edwin Flack Reserve. And the other couple of games, South Croydon, Doncaster, Balwyn and Park Orchards both have implications for the relegation race. I think we're all tipping South Croydon and Balwyn in those games. 100%. Bulldogs get Max King back as well, so
which will be great to see. And obviously they've been waiting for him to come back for a long time, and it's an important couple of weeks for him to make sure they do stay in Premier Division.
Yeah, as out comes Michael Bonfadini for game number 150. But do we have the Oracle's tips for Premier Division, Ryan, as he goes through the banner?
Sorry, I was just watching that out on the field. That's great to see. And the Oracle's tips for this one in Premier Division: Balwyn to defeat Park Orchards, South Croydon to defeat Doncaster, East Ringwood to lose to Norwood, so that's probably the interesting result there that the Oracle has tipped. Doncaster East to defeat Berwick, Roval to just get over the line against Blackburn by 4 points, and Vermont by 4 points over Noble Park too, so a couple of close ones. And the Oracle is tipped at 64% rate this season in Premier Division.
That's not a bad strike rate from the Oracle.
Better than probably the rest of us at the moment.
We're never good with our tips, but we're going to go to one final break here in the Eastland Match of the Round. When we return, we'll introduce the rest of the call team ahead of this big game out here between Sylvan and Fairpark.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome to Sylvan Recreation Reserve for a Division 3 clash between the Sylvan Cats and the Fairpark Lions. Thank you for listening to us on Radio Eastern 98.1 or tuning into our Facebook and YouTube streams. My name is Jared Beanland. I'll be the commentator for today alongside Scott Hardy making his senior men's debut. Scott, how are you feeling about this?
Good, mate. I was just writing some last-minute notes, but looking forward very much to the contest today, and nice to be up the mountain in Sylvan in what's an interesting ground.
And back in the special comments chair for the second time for the senior men's is Dylan Smith. Dylan, how are you doing?
Pretty good, mate. I've just come in from H.E. Parker Reserve, and it is a fair bit colder here than it was.
Yeah, it is a little bit. We are up fairly high in terms of altitude, and with us in the special comments chairs as well is media manager Ryan Long. Ryan, how are you doing?
Good, thanks, Jared. Obviously, finals time for the women's. Big day here tomorrow at Sylvan for the women's as well. So it's a big weekend out at Sylvan Recreation Reserve. First time I've actually been down here before. I don't think I've been past Mount Evelyn, really, to be honest. So I'm actually really looking forward to it. Very keen to be here, Jared.
Yep, and it's a great spot as well. I'm really enjoying the scenery, and it's got a very country feel vibe to it.
Got the fire inside.
Yeah, I was impressed with that. An open fire.
Yeah, it's very nice.
Very lovely. And over on the other end of the table in the Stats Centre will be Paul Iaconi. Paul, how you doing, mate?
Yeah, good. Good to be here out at Silvan, and hopefully we'll get a good game.
Yeah, absolutely. And Josh Ward's also on the scores, but he doesn't quite have a headset at the moment. So we'll throw it down to the boundary riders, who I see are waiting to give their thoughts. Jono Venz, the man with the microphone.
Thank you very much, Jared. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon, everybody. Yes, like my counterpart in Dylan Smith, we were down at, well, I suppose it's kind of up, isn't it? At H.E. Parker this morning. Great weather. Not so much now. 12 degrees. It's not exactly great. But I think we're in for a great contest here in Division 3. Best of luck to you, Scott, as you call your first game. But I'll hand the mic over to Brett Beston. Good afternoon to you as well.
Thanks, mate. Yeah, looking forward to this one. It's going to be an interesting clash. I think Sylvan to get the chocolates today, and I wouldn't be surprised if there's a little bit in this. I think Sylvan are playing probably going to, well, they've locked up their final spot, but I think they're in pretty good touch, and Fairpark could be in for a tough afternoon. I could be doing them a disservice, and of course they need to win this one, but Sylvan for me.
The siren sounds, the ball's held aloft, and it's Scott Hardy to take us away.
Thank you. No delays. We're underway. Sylvan get possession, sort of looking through hands, trying to get it forward. Fairpark, though, with composure, just a kick on the boot there by Macenti. But nice intercept mark in the back line by Tyson Bissell for Sylvan, but he turns it over. Free kick, and Fairpark get a mark directly in front, so quick play already. And that's Mitchell Need looking for the goal. We were talking to the coaches, the mark there, or the line, 38 metres. So he'll be kicking from about 35, directly in front for Fairpark. On the boot, kicks looking good, and a strong start by Fairpark. Mitchell Need kicks the first, and that takes us underway. Only 45 seconds played, and already a goal.
Yeah, very important for the Lions to get off to a quick start. They did have a rough time here the first time they did meet, and then obviously beat them at Fairpark. But important first quarter coming up. We saw what Sylvan did to Oakley a couple of weeks ago here and kicked 7-1, and that was it. So a good start for the Lions.
Indeed. And Mitchell Need, he's just kicked his 14th goal, equaling his total for 2022 as well. So I was impressive by him. James Charge gets the tap down now as we're back underway. LaMonica couldn't handle it, so it's put out here to Delfonso. Kicks forward. Good punch away there by Bent. Dale Bent, the young man. Good defensive work. The ball's gone over the line in front of Fairpark's interchange bench. As the rain starts to really come down here, it's going to be wet weather footy for most of the day by the looks of it. On the throw-in, good tap down by Cowan, gets it to Strawhair, however, and his flying shot at goal is just the one behind. So it's going to be Jason Want to bring it in here. Spent some time at South Croydon before coming back, I believe. Out of the goal square. Kicks it down the line. Pack forms. Charge is the man with the mark there. Good hands by James Charge, the big ruckman for Sylvan. He kicks it. He just about picked the eyes out of a Fairpark player there in Cooper Heyman. So Fairpark will now rebound. Out on the outer side is McEntee. He's trying to get it to Raru, but good punch over the top there by Dixon. It's fallen for Steiniger. Raru goes again. Gets a handball forward and a kick forward for Fairpark now. Mark taken by Rankin. Fairpark pressing. He's seen Mitch Need. He's kicked one goal already, and he marks it about 35 out.
Almost the same spot.
Just about. So Mitch Need to get a second on the board here for Fairpark if he's able to do so. And a great start for the Lions. Looks like they're adapting to this smaller ground pretty well. In comes Mitch Need, the veteran. Kicks from the 38-metre line. And it's faded. Faded to the left. Just the one behind there for the Lions.
Just waiting for the ball to come back. We're saying if it goes over the fence, it's going to take some delay. It's a fair slope behind the goals there on either end.
If we're not careful, it could just roll all the way down to Lilydale.
It may well. So kick to the commentary side here. Charge in front, good hands, but spoils it. Now Fairpark trying to get it through the centre, tries to take on the player, hands out to the spare there in Sharp, kicks it onto the far side, bit of a foot race there with Tom Horn, picks it up, kicks on the boot inside the 38 again. Spoils, goes, tackles applied. Where's the umpire going to see it? In the back? And it'll be a Fairpark free kick through Nicholas Macenti on a tough angle here. And again, probably just right on the 38. I love that they've measured it to be 38 exact. I was expecting him to say 40, 45. No, 38. Okay. So he's on the angle, kicks it, looks to the top of the square. The big ruckman spoils it through for Sylvan. He's a great inclusion, James Charge. And we get the minus score. So Fairpark 1-8 leads Sylvan, 1 behind.
Steiniger to bring it in. He's been a bit of a barometer for Sylvan. When he plays well, Sylvan tends to play well. Kicks it just about to the centre of the ground. Big mark taken by Lowe. Matty Lowe, the main goal kicker for Sylvan this year. He's looking to find some options there. The only spare man he had was into the corridor. It was Owen. And Sylvan finding themselves a little clogged up here. And the kick was turned over. Crowell takes it, hands it off to Williams. Kick inside forward 50 once again, and the intercept mark's been taken once again by Owen. Let's go boundary side with John O'Ven. Oh, sorry, Brett. So my bad.
Down here, it's quite unusual because there's virtually no breeze to speak of. It's very, very still and just a little bit of light rain. So one of the rare games that we've had no breeze, although I'm sure that'll change at some point.
Thanks for that, Besto. So on the turnover there, Fairpark regained it. McEntee gets it towards Crowell. It was on the hard volley, however, had to get the handball away. Another kick inside 54. Fairpark's picked up by Rankin, swings onto the right. He's kicked a few goals this year. He's done it again. That's his 17th for the year, and Fairpark's second for the game.
Yeah, fantastic finish, and he's going to be really dangerous this afternoon. We saw early in the season where he kicked, I think, 14 during the day. He had the under-19s and then the senior side as well, so he is very important.
Oh, it's just been turned over to one behind, unfortunately, for the Lions. Let's go to Paul in the stat centre, though.
The inside 50s so far are, or the inside 38s, I should say, are 6-2 the way of Fairpark.
And not surprising that Sylvan are struggling to move the footy up the ground. Fairpark, the number one side at defending turnover.
Defence, so to the commentary side, nice spoil there by Fairpark.
Did we see actually what happened to overturn it? Because the goal umpire did signal a goal. It must have been the field umpire that had maybe had touched.
Yeah, I'd imagine that must have been the case.
Don't know, stuffed up my stats there because I've written that in the book already. But we play on up and under by the big ruckman Charge, and it goes out on the full. So it'll be a Fairpark kick. Should be awarded to Jason Want. And he assesses his options. He's got the spare behind him if he chooses. It goes to the centre of the ground in another nice option in the centre spare. Hands to the running player going by in Sharp. Kicks it in the forward line. It's a bit of a 3-on-1. Oh, what a mark! Fairpark, 3-on-1. It's a 3-on-1 contest there, and he's taken the grab.
I think that's Ben Dadswell.
Thank you very much. It is indeed.
That's three inside 50s already for Fairpark.
So Dadswell directly in front. An exceptional mark. Shouldn't have taken it. It kicks the goal. Strong start there for Fairpark. And that one is confirmed. I'll just double check before I write it down.
That's definitely a goal.
It's definitely a goal down there. It's exactly the start Fairpark would want.
And again, one of those key players up forward who's probably stepped up in the absence of Ben Gilling as we go down to the boundary. John O'Ven.
Ryan, just on that disallowed goal, I don't think I saw the score annulment signal from that particular goal umpire. It'd be interesting to see what they say at quarter time, I reckon.
We'll leave that chat with you to find out for us at the quarter break. We've got 7 minutes 43. And play tap down through Fairpark. Here, kick on the boot there by Horn. Again, now Sylvan just needs to settle. Find the option. Got a tough kick in there. A strong mark by Macenti. We caught him a little bit already in this quarter. Kicks the player there. Good mark by Allison. Tries to kick it on the boot. Numbers around it. Tackling, pressure. Hands over, dropping the ball. Good tackle pressure there by Sylvan.
So The free kick is going to go to Tyson Bissell's. A good swing man. He's kicked quite a few goals this year. Tyson Bissell's 14 in fact. But playing down back today at the moment. He got it to Turnbull, now to Steiniger. Kicks towards the outer side there. No mark taken, however, by... we've got a number 10 out there, I believe, unless my eyes deceive me, that I'm not sure who it is.
It's Walker.
It's Walker, thank you very much. And so the kick for Sylvan goes forward. It's going to be mopped up, however, but brought over the boundary line before Cooper Heyman could do anything with it.
Fairpark will be wrapped with this start. They've just winning all the clearances, trapping it inside 50 and taking all the territory.
Back into play. Cowan versus Charge in the ruck. Cowan got that tap down. Hunting it was Turnbull. Couldn't quite take it. And Fairpark pile on. It's spilt out to Sharp. High up and under from him. One-on-one. Bissell's against Rankin. Rankin got the better of that contest. Was tackled out of it. And without the ball as well. So Jay Rankin will take the free kick. Kicks it towards the corridor there. Spoiled by Steiniger, but went straight to Want. Now a bit of a chaos ball here. Who can control this one? Looks like it's going to be Sylvan, but the tackle was laid. Steiniger was able to mop up the spillage, get the kick down towards Simpson. On the hard volley, it's just gone straight into the hands of Mitchell Need, and he was wrapped up. We'll have a ball up here. And let's go to the stat centre with Paul Iaconi.
Clearances are 5-2 the way of Fairpark.
That is definitely an important stat here on such a small ground as well. So Fairpark will be wanting the clearances. A free kick has been picked out here from that tackle situation. Tom Horn. And a kick inside forward 50. It's been spilt. No mark taken. Mitch Need once again. Oh, he's just picked it up from the pack. Snapped it around the body, but it's just the one behind. He's looking dangerous, is Mitch Need, isn't he?
Yeah. Indeed he is, and just waiting for the ball. Matthew Steiniger doing the kick-in duty for Sylvan. Just assessing the options, taking time off. Sylvan just haven't been able to get it into the forward line and look damaging. Charge in front, but through hands. A bit of a wet ball at the moment, but Fairpark are finding clean footy. Takes the player on, gets the kick away. Really well done, Oliver Sharp there. But Sylvan on the rebound, through hands, gets it on the boot. Here we go, but it's a 2-on-1. Low, a tackle, pressure applied. And the umpire says ball up. I think Sylvan would take that on as a 2-on-1 contest there. And Fairpark obviously mindful of Low. He's kicked 58 goals, leads the charge at the moment. Kick on the boot, up and under kick. Good spoil there by Macenti, but it only goes to the Sylvan player in front, though. Which way is the umpire going to say? Yeah, the player in front for Fairpark in Heyman gets it, and he plays on straight away to Tom Horn. He kicks directly into the centre. So the running player hands Rankin through hands, kick towards Raru, kick into the forward line. And a strong mark there by Steiniger. He's been good down back for Sylvan.
So his kick, well, it just went over the top there of McIntyre. And Turnbull was the one to get it. Gets the kick along to Ficcarelli. Ficcarelli about 40 from goal here. Kicks it towards the top of the goal square, but it was all Fairpark and the mark's been taken. Good intercept. I think that's Brad Need out there. So Fairpark will rebound. Brad Need, he sees a man he likes just on the other side there. It's Cowan, the ruckman. Takes a strong mark. Fairpark 2-4-16 to Sylvan, just the one behind on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. We've gone 12 minutes. Fairpark pushing here. Tom Horn takes the mark on the 38 line. And does he think he's got the distance in him? He looked to play on and kicked into the mound of the mark, who was Charge. So Charge versus Horn here versus the boundary line as well. And it's actually the boundary line that wins.
Wasn't their ideal finish there with the kick into the smother, but the ball movement's been pretty good so far in the first 10 minutes and something that's improved across the season, as Sean Sand mentioned in the pre-game.
They seem to really like the small ground, does Fairpark, at this moment anyway. So the kick from that clearance goes forward for the Lions, but Steiniger scooped it up, kicks an absolute tumbler there into the centre of the ground. Mark's being intercepted by Williams. Williams goes to the outer side there. Mark taken. So Fairpark to go forward again. It's a high one. Rankin the target, and he takes it. Good mark by Jay Rankin. And let's see if he can actually nail his first one this time that was perhaps taken away from him a little bit earlier in the quarter.
Unfairly, some may say. We're yet to find out confirmation on that.
It's a bit frightening for Sylvan how easy Fairpark have been able to move the footy up the ground so far.
Fairpark to extend their lead here. It's a low, strong kick by Jay Rankin. And Fairpark are really rolling in this first quarter. They move to 3-4-22 to Sylvan, just the one behind. 13 and a quarter minutes gone in this first quarter.
Well, there you go. There's Scott. There's his goal, so you don't have to edit anything. Or if you've already crossed it out and then
had to cross, and it's different times. We'll get back to it. I'll explain it at a stage when I feel it's more important. Well, we got a really good start by Fairpark, and this is exactly what they want, leading to keep their finals hopes alive. To charge in the ruck. It's been great to see. We missed him last game. He didn't play in the match around. Charging is a big difference for Sylvan. So good ruck contest and good ruck battle. Now Sylvan just needs to find that advantage, but it's back and forth hands, but Fairpark get it out through Need. Need kick on into the pocket. Where's it going to go? It falls at hands at Dadswell. Can he pick it up? A bit of a foot race on there with Bissell's. Just wants to see it rush through and does. It's a good job there by Tyson Bissell's to get the behind. That takes Fairpark 3-5-23 to Sylvan, one behind. We've played 14 minutes in this first quarter. We go to Stats Centre with Paul Yaconi.
The inside 50 numbers are 12-4 in favour of Fairpark.
And it's been that on the scoreboard as well. So at least they're using it once they get it inside as well. So we've got a throw in the pocket. Rucks go at it. Good tap down by Charge. Well, gets the running player there in that tester, but couldn't pick it up. And the umpire says, I'll have it. So, if that's your car, I'd check on it. The alarm's going off. It doesn't seem like the rough neighbourhood here in Sylvan. Everyone's been very welcoming to us, so thank you for having us. Thanks for listening on YouTube, Facebook and Radio Eastern. Oh, nice tap down there by Cowan. Can Fairpark get the advantage? But no, just gets to hands on the Sylvan's terms. Kick into the forward line, bouncing ball. Oh, well done by Fairpark there, and Heyman kicks on the far side. Got the spare number over the top. Oakley finds him, kicks in front, just bangs it on the boot. Where's it going to spill? Good mark. Rankin again. He's damaging down in that forward line for Fairpark. Still we need to find a way to stop him.
And just remember this, this kid is 18, maybe 19 years old, and the way he's been playing is phenomenal. So at this level, he can tear apart a few of these games. And just how quickly did they move that ball down the ground?
So just having a bit of chat whether he's going to kick it or not, and whether it's putting on my stats. Rankin, and he does. Oh no.
Oh no.
Again. Early crow. We cross boundary side to John O'Vane.
I'd like to think that signal from the goal umpire was a lot more convincing. Tapped his chest, I reckon. Just watch the goal ump, because that's the final decision at the end of the day, gents.
The barrel from Steiniger, but it's been cut off immediately by Walden. And so he goes back to go forward. It's Brad Need out in space. We'll see what his options are for Fairpark. 3-6-24. 9 scoring shots to just the 1. It's really been a bit of an avalanche here early on for Fairpark as the skirmish continues out on the outer side. Picked up again by Steiniger, but he's just going to kick it aimlessly, and Heyman was the one to receive it. And Fairpark march forward again through Want. Oh, good little spoil there by Crowell. Made sure the intercept mark wasn't taken. He's going to gather it again here against Owen. They're shoving against each other. The cavalry arrives in the form of McEntee. He gets the handball out to Allison. We've got Need out there. And Rankin again. Oh, he nearly took the mark. Didn't quite take it though. And holding the man there against Fairpark. So Silvan will take the free kick. Bit of a relief there for the Cats. They go forward once again. Bonfordini, the 150 game player, couldn't quite take that mark. It spills down to, I think that's Turnbull. His handball, it just went straight to Heyman. It's coming right back now for Fairpark, but he's kicked it into a nest of Cats, and the captain, Coach Martin, takes it. I don't think Cats nest, but you catch my drift. So his kick went across the ground. It's gone to Bissell's. He had a good shepherd laid for him. Here's D'Alfonso. Great player for Sylvan. Haven't called his name much, though, today. Spearing ball forward to Lowe. He took it, was tackled immediately. Brad Need was there. Crashing through comes Want. Gets the handball out now. Back to Brad Need. Kick forward for him. Into the forward 38 there. Rankin couldn't quite take a mark, but they're really conscious of him. And they've given away the free kick of the Sylvan defenders, and Rankin will line up once again.
This guy's a freak.
Yeah, right.
Exciting to watch.
Indeed.
But they're clearly starting to get worried that they're giving away now free kicks. 3 players are flying up against him multiple times.
It's too easy for Fairpark to move the ball from the defensive half, though, and then once they get it inside 50, Rankin's just doing the rest.
And does he do the rest this time? Yes, he does! He gets his second. Fairpark get their fourth. It's 4-6-30 to Sylvan, just the one behind. We're 18.5 minutes gone in this first quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Well, it certainly looks like the way the game is set up that a side is needing to win to play finals, and they're playing like it, and a side who's already locked up their spot just been a bit slow to get out of the blocks and haven't been able to find a way to shut down Fairpark's attack, especially the transition off the half-back line has been really, really good from Lions.
Rankin's been the X factor. And the man needs to be the X factor for Sylvan's charge. Can he find the tap? But gets a free kick towards Sylvan. And that's through Dixon. So assessing the options. 19 minutes into this first quarter. Kicks the leading player in low. All strong. Good overhead mark there. Juggles it and takes it right on the 38. So tough angle, but a bit of rain falling as well. Can kick a goal. So he just takes his time on this one. Will not look for any player as he'll take it all on his shoulders. Sylvan really need this goal. Just the composure of him. Gets close to the man on the mark. A bit up and under. I think that's going to fall short. It will players attack it. It falls at feet. It still stays in. Fairpark just won the boundary. And they do get the boundary. So throw in. We've got scores at Josh Ward.
We've got some Premier Division scores 10 minutes into the first quarter at Vermont Recreation Reserve. Vermont lead 2-2-14. Noble Park 2 behinds.
Thank you, Josh. Tap umpire says there's a free kick. It's going the way of Sylvan.
Wasn't too much in that from the look of it. Just a little shirt pull, I think.
Well, the man of the moment, 150 games for Michael. They'll get around him if he scores this. And Cricks goes on the boot. And no, another behind.
Oh.
It's a tricky little ground here. It looks like goals. Yeah, the boundary side to Brett Beston.
Yeah, one guy's really caught my eye in this first quarter's been Brad Need down back for Fairpark. He's having a terrific game and he's starting a lot of attack off half-back and really giving them a bit of momentum going forward. But their ball movement, as Ryan said, has been absolutely superb.
So the kick-in for Fairpark found bent. They're on the slow play here, Fairpark, as they try and navigate the Sylvan wall. So they go a little bit wider to Heyman. And Cooper Heyman spearing ball. Sees a man completely on his own there on the outer side. I think it was McEntee. Passes it off to Mitch Need. Kicks it towards the corridor. Might be a bit dangerous. Raru was there to try and make the contest. Coventry spilt over in the tackle. Sharp gets the handball backwards to McEntee. And now to Walden. Back to McEntee again. High kick forward. No mark taken. It was a one-on-one contest there, including Martin. The two old heads go at it, Martin and Horn. Horn farms it out to Need. Need tackled by Coventry. But the handball spilt free to Sharp anyway. He's going to get it inside 38 again. It's a 2-on-2 contest down there. Good punch away by Owen. Just to stop any further progress of Fairpark. So throw in the pocket. We're into time on here. Approaching 22 minutes gone in this first quarter. Fairpark 4-6-30. Sylvan just the two behinds on this clearance. Raru's laying the tackle. He's done well there, but the umpire is going to claim the ball for himself. Another ball up. Charge going up against Crowell in the ruck this time. Dixon buries his way in. And it looks like he's earned himself a free kick there for doing that. It might have been in the back or something of the like. So Dixon gets it onto the wing, running for it. However, out the back was Sharp as no mark was taken. Got it to Walden. Good evasion by Walden and gets it out to a teammate there. Spearing ball forward. Found Strawhair, however. Good intercept possession. And now Sylvan go forward once more. That kick was offhand. Found Suaro. And now inside 50 go. Sylvan alone needs to take this mark. Did he claim it? No, the umpire says no. And it's going to be a ball up. Gee, they needed that.
Looked a mark, didn't it?
Yeah, but he didn't argue it, so I sort of feel like he probably didn't take it.
So Bonfordini got the tap down. Sylvan really needs something from here, but it's the inside mids for Fairpark that are just going to work and making sure there's no clear possession for Sylvan. This time just over the boundary line. Speaking of, let's go to John O'Ven on the boundary line.
Thanks very much, Jared. Look, I'm watching Matt Lowe and I'm just thinking, well, he has a bit of a hard tag on him at the moment, and that marking chance was his first real crack at it, and unfortunately, given the weather conditions, it just wouldn't hold up. But I reckon this is just one to watch in the forward line because they certainly don't want him kicking goals.
That's for sure. So from that throw in, we've had another ball up. Huge punch by Charge just towards the goal square there. Bonfadini gathered it, tried to wade through traffic. Oh, what a goal this would be. No, not quite. He got it onto the boot very quickly as he was being tackled, swung his foot at it, and it just went through for the one behind.
So just waiting for the ball to come back into play. A sharp angle there. So Want with the kick-in duties for Fairpark. We played 23 minutes, nearly 24 in this first quarter. And what a quarter it's been for Fairpark. So kicks onto the far side. Targets go up and under. Hands there through to Roo. Over to more hands. Kick now goes into the centre. Bit of a foot race on here with Thomas. Can he pick it up cleanly while that rain comes down heavier? Kicks it out. Good mark will try to in front, but umpire says play on. Oh, he got the spare in Fairpark over the top in Need. Need looks to the man in a better position in Raru. And we go scores with Josh Ward.
We've got a quarter-time score at Koonung Reserve. Chirnside Park 2-2-14, leading Nunawading just the one behind.
And we quickly go boundary side, John O'Van.
Thanks, Scott. Just a quick one on the rain. I think the worst is still yet to come. In about maybe 15 to 20 minutes, I have a feeling it's going to start bucketing down based on predictions, thanks to me iPhone, I guess.
Well, we look forward to seeing how they go. We might get the umbrellas for you at the end of this quarter. So we've got Samuel comes in, kicks it from 35. Nice action. He's happy with it. And that is... No. Is it a goal? Yes, it is. Yeah, I found what our issue is down there. It's the goal umpire has not got a yellow vest on. He's in dark. I can't see it, but I can see the flag. So it is a goal. Samuel Raru kicks it for Fairpark right before the end of the first quarter.
Surprises me that it's only Raru's second goal of the year because he's a pretty potent presence up in the forward line for Fairpark.
Wins a lot of clearance in the midfield though, so I guess he's just doing that in and under stuff and not really getting much on the outside.
I suppose so. Let's go to the stat centre here with Paul quickly.
The inside 50 marks in his first quarter is now 7-1 the way of Fairpark. So they're giving themselves plenty of opportunity going into the forward 50.
And now inside forward 50 go Sylvan, but it's going to be mopped up here by Fairpark pretty easily. Want gets the kick down towards a teammate there, diving for it. LaMonica comes through, tries to win it for himself. Calvi gets it out, and Turnbull was the handball option, but it's just gone over the boundary line, unfortunately, for Sylvan, because they really need to push here. One goal, at least, for this first quarter would perhaps do them wonders for their confidence. Back into play. Charge and versus Cowan. Cowan's battled really well against Charge today so far. Need and Delfonso go at it, and kick tight, groping the boundary line for Fairpark, but it's been picked up by Owen. He goes to the corridor, but it was only a Fairpark player that he found. It's been scooped up, and this is Lees. His kick wasn't great. Charge cut it off just about. Steininger gets the handball out, back to Charge, and now they're running through hands here. Sylvan, Dixon found a teammate in that kick. Oh, Lowe's got two to beat. He didn't quite. Bonfadini's there to help out. The race is on here into the pocket. Is the boundary line going to win out? No, Bonfadini kept it in, but only to Fairpark's advantage. And the boundary line ends up winning anyway. Goodness me. 27 minutes gone here in this first quarter. Fairpark 5-6-36 to Sylvan 3 behind.
Just on Steininger there, he's had very little influence in this game so far, just with that defensive block that Fairpark are putting on, hasn't been able to get any ball movement going.
And yeah, that's true. And Steininger is one of the more important backmen there for Sylvan, so they've probably identified that throughout the week, Fairpark, in preparation for this. As we get another ball up just outside of Sylvan's forward line. Charge gets the punch. That was well done. It fell for Suaro, and the siren's gone just as Sylvan were pushing there. It wasn't going to be a goal by the looks of it, but we've hit quarter time. Fairpark 5-6-36.
Boundary.
Sylvan just the 3 behind. We'll go quickly down to the boundary line for John O'Ven. Oh, it does count. Thank you very much, Jono. So that's Sylvan 4 behinds in total. Let's go to Scott Hardy for some of the major goal, or some of the goal kickers for this game.
Yeah, well, all leads on Fairpark's side. Benjamin Dadswell with the 1, Samuel Raru with 1, Mitchell Need with 1, and the man of the moment, Jay Rankton with 2. And Sylvan yet to score, so they'll look to turn that around in the second quarter.
Thanks very much, Scott, as we head to the quarter-time break. And we'll return to you with thoughts from one of the coaches from Sylvan Recreation Reserve.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Sylvan Recreation Reserve for the Eastland match of the round here at Sylvan versus Fairpark. Currently, Fairpark lead 4-5-29 to 4 behinds for Sylvan. Let's go to Josh Ward in the score centre.
Well, let's start with Premier Division. Bulwen 19 to Park Orchard 16. Doncaster lead 15-8 out there at Cheong Park against the Bulldogs. East Ringwood 23-14 over Norwood. Berwick 7, Doncaster East 14. And last check from Vermont Recreation Reserve, Vermont 14-2 Noble Park at the 10-minute mark. No updates from First Division. Into some Second Division scores. The Basin 35 to Knox 8, so coughing off any potential mathematical possibility of Knox surviving in Division 2. Ringwood 15 to Waverley Blues 7. Third Division, Whitehorse 14 to Ferntree Gully 19. In Division 4, Nuttawading 14-1 to Trenside Park 14 to Nuttawading 1. Croydon North Emlock 29 lead Forest Hill 10, and Surrey Park 21 lead Kilsyth 8.
Thank you very much, Josh. Some interesting scores there, and my apologies, I actually fudged the numbers here for Fairpark. That's 5-4-34, in fact. And as the Sylvan huddle breaks, we'll see if we can get an interview with Trent Martin.
Boundary.
Let's go down to the boundary line with John O'Van.
So I've got Trent Martin with me. Tough start. What do you do?
Oh, they jumped us early, didn't they? We just need to get better forward of the footy, and from the contest we just sort of realised that Chargie's not going to win every contest all year round. This kid's done well on him, and we've just backed Chargie to win it and hasn't gone our way.
Jay Rankin's off to a red hot start. What are you going to do?
Well, I've gone on to him, so that's a bit nervous for me. I've got a 20-year age gap. We'll see if I can stop him now, eh?
All right, one to watch. All the best in the second term. Back to you guys.
Thanks for that, Jono. And I have to say, when I nicked to the bathroom, I could hear Trent Martin just from where I was, giving Sylvan an absolute spray. So.
Yeah, I was a bit worried about what John was going to have in his ears then.
Let's go to the boundary line once again with Brett Beston this time, with thoughts from the Fairpark coach, Sean Stanton.
Yeah, Sean Stanton understandably was absolutely delighted. He highlighted their work around the contest. He said their ball movement was great. Cooper Heyman, he singled out for some individual praise, and he said it was almost the perfect quarter. So a lot to like from the Fairpark huddle at quarter time.
And Scott Harding to take us away for this second quarter.
Thank you. Tap goes. We've had a few seconds of play, but it hasn't really gone much further. So back towards Fairpark, how we left off. Hands, good tackling pressure by Sylvan. And just got a little bit of a score sort of discrepancy on the ball. We've got 5-6-36 to Sylvan 0-4. So we'll firm that up, but I think that is the right score.
Yes.
Hands go over, so Fairpark on the boot there through Williams. It's up and under there. Good spoil for Sylvan, but Fairpark just want to tap it. Comes straight back to Williams. Can he get through the space? No, he gets tackled. Umpire says play on. Rain still falling, so slippery ball. Kick up and under. Pack goes at it. Where it goes from here, it's just a soccer on the ground. He's waiting for the umpire. I've gone early before. Everyone's getting around him, so I think that's a confirmed goal. The umpires are just having a chat. Still talking. And Jordan Lees. And they're still talking, so I definitely don't know. All clear. And that's a goal for Fairpark. Strong start, Jordan Lees. Go boundary side, Brett Beston.
It's the Joe Brothers goal of the day. Forget about it, boys. Put the glasses down.
Again there, Fairpark. They defended that clearance so well. They actually lost the ball inside, defended it really well, then won the clearance back, and another one from that source.
So from the start, once again, James Charge. Trent Martin said he's not going to win every contest. He won that one at least, and got it to Strawhair. Gets the kick towards the forward line. Ficcarelli, he's clever. Oh, is he that clever? Yes, he is! Goodness me, from the 38 line, Justin Ficcarelli has kicked a pearler. Well, let's go to the boundary line with John O'Van.
Look, one after the other. It's a toss-up now, although considering it's only a 38-metre kick, maybe not.
So that was very impressive there by Ficcarelli to get Sylvan's first on the board. They're 1-4-10 to Fairpark, 6-6-42. I'm certain of that score now.
All right, we'll stick with that one. We'll trust him. Rucks go at it. Charge taps down now. Can Sylvan get the back-to-back goals? Fairpark coming under pressure here as Sylvan just want to push it forward, using the wet weather to their advantage. Umpire says, I'll have it. And it's just outside 38, directly in front of Sylvan's goal. Good ruck contest, and I'm watching this all day. So tap down, Fairpark, or possibly in the back. No, umpire says play on, I'll have it. Took into, again, the wet weather into consideration. So, ball goes up. Another nice tap by Charge, just getting it forward at every opportunity that they can. Tackling pressure applied there by Carterman. The umpire says, I'll have it.
Great start by Sylvan as far as tackling is concerned. 6 tackles to 0 in favour of Sylvan.
That's a huge kick. Oh, and from the ruck contest, James Charge kicks a goal. Sylvan second on the board in just a minute. Let's go to the boundary line with John O'Van.
Thanks, Jade. Well, look, what do you know? We've got another one again. I mean, this is exactly what Trent Martin wanted. He was absolutely, obviously, filthy in the quarter time huddle. But one thing he really appealed to his players was he just simply said, I'm out there with you. It's time to lift. They've done that and just about responded exactly how they wanted to.
So Sylvan definitely have the potential, especially on this small ground too, and with their high goal kickers, to kickers score pretty quickly. So from that contest, James Charge gets the clearance once again. McEntee couldn't take control of it. Cardamone tackled without it. Free kick. And, advantage paid. And it's Walker who just walks it in. Another goal, Sylvan. They are on the charge.
We'll go to scores. Josh Ward.
Just a quick one from out at Montrose Recreation Reserve. Moorbark 33 to Montrose 12 out there.
So as the rain tumbles down, it's Sylvan 3-4-22 to Fairpark 6-6-42. Boundary line with John O'Van.
Thanks again, Jared. Look, as I said, the rain's pretty much at its worst right now. Hopefully it doesn't get any more worse. But then again, I'm no meteorologist. I'm just a boundary rider. So we'll see how we go, but this is as bad as it's been so far.
Oh, free kick, and it's all coming Sylvan's way now.
Starting to unravel.
So Charge just puts it. No, just waits. Now finds the spare player. Delfonso kicks it into the pocket, leading Charge low. Oh, that was going to be a tough mark. And the rain's falling like that.
They're starting to get some real surge out of the clearance here, Sylvan. A couple of goals from that source.
And credit to Charge again, who's obviously very key.
I tell you, credit to the boundary riders. No umbrella in sight thus far. So kick on the boot. Fairpark looked to clear. Comes to the commentary side. Nice spoil there, and it's going to go out of bounds. So good spoil there by Martin on Rankin, and we go boundary side. Brett
Just
Beston.
quickly, boys, just on James Charge, that was one thing that Sean Statton did talk about at quarter time as well. He said to keep an eye on Charge, who was starting to dominate, and he certainly is now, so they'll be looking to put a bit more work into him as the rain continues to come down.
They'd probably want just for the next 5 or 6 minutes, even if they don't kick a goal, just to be able to minimise Sylvan's scoring, because they've started off really, really quickly. As we go to Josh, score centre.
The Roeville 21 to Blackburn 22 at quarter time.
Ooh, close game there. That's an important game there for Blackburn. As from that clearance, it's going to be another boundary throw-in.
It's just been that territory battle that Sylvan have been able to get on top in this first 5 or 6 minutes.
So back into play at Charge versus Cowan. Cowan won that one. Will Fairpark win the clearance from this one? Bent picks it up. And, it's just fallen out of his hands. It's really scrappy down there. The rain's obviously not helping. Dixon and Ficarelli both taken down in tackles. Sharp there into the back of his man. The umpire was lenient. And Sylvan pushed it forward about another 20 or so metres from that. Set centre with Paul Uconi.
The clearances in this quarter are 6-2 in favour of Sylvan, so they're right on top of the clearances in this
Goodness me, Simpson threw a boot at it. That didn't work out, but it did for his teammates. Another goal, Sylvan. Just want to see who that was. It was Darcy Turnbull. What a goal there from that clearance. Sylvan get their fourth. And it is once again an avalanche. They are 4-4-28 to Sylvan 6-6-42. The Cats are coming.
Well, whatever Trent Martin said at quarter time, it certainly worked. They looked half asleep in that first quarter, but obviously dominated in the middle in this first 7 minutes and starting to get the reward for it. They scored just so quickly.
I reckon they won about 5 clearances in a row here, and Ford of centre, it's so dangerous.
Well, 4 goals in 5 minutes this far. A real nice purple patch for Sylvan. Just waiting for the ball to come back. And the rain still continuing. So definitely winter footy. Just wouldn't have it any other way up the mountain, I don't reckon. Really would see much sun. But umpire's got it now. So the ruck battle continues. Which way does it go? Fairpark really need the clearance. Charge gets it, nearly gets his own ball back there, but Cowan sort of takes a swipe. But Sylvan continue to push forward through Turnbull. Bouncing ball is going to be interesting which way it goes. Oh, nice tap there by Want. It was required. Trying to look under the umbrella. Paul Uconi, stat centre.
There must be something significant happening at the left of screen, because that's the goals, that's the scoring end at the moment. That's where 9 of the 10 goals have been kicked so far at the left of screen.
It's the end that tricks me the most, whether it's a goal or it's a behind. But we've got a bit of a lull at the moment.
It's like there's a bit of a vortex down there.
There is. It's a drop off. Don't fall down there. So Charge pushes it forward again, going in the way of Sylvan. Dixon trying to pick it up. Whistle goes, but just out of bounds. And just it's taken a little bit off at the moment, so Fairpark will be happy with this. Haven't got the continual pressure, but it's in Sylvan's forward line, so they need to find a way out. And at the moment, Charge is stepping up and he taps down. Tries to get his own ball back, but it's just kicked out by Fairpark. Foot race on there, and trickles and trickles as the rain pushes that ball out. We go to score centre with Josh Ward.
Second division scores: Boronia 31 to Mulgrave 10, Heathmont 18 to Templestowe yet to score.
And we go boundary side. Brett Beston.
If he could stand under the umbrella.
Did you let him?
And good to see you've got the umbrella.
Yeah, thank you, lads.
It's not big enough for the two of you, so one has to take it, and Brett Beston wins out. So Fairpark goes forward. Kick on the in towards the forward line. It's nice from Fairpark. Just got to find the player, though. Bit of composure here through Sylvan. They haven't had to sort of battle for this second quarter. Up and under kick, Charge in front, goes out of the back. Umpire's going to say he's pushed under it, and Charge gets it. So doing everything at the moment.
I've never seen someone rage quit an umbrella, but that's what I just saw John O'Van do. So down forward it goes for Sylvan. Picked up by Lowe. He just spilt it a little bit, and Horn was there to mop it up for Fairpark. Gets it along. Oh, Sylvan turned it over again. Scrubby kick towards the forward line. It beat them all and will trickle over the line for a one behind there for the Cats. And Fairpark to bring it back in here through, I want to say that's Dadswell.
You look at Charge, Delfonso, Turnbull, they're all starting to stamp their authority in this game and just being able to get the ball going forward and create some opportunities. So it's starting to get a bit worrying.
And so once again, they're going to go forwards. A slap forward there by Steiniger right into the forward line. Scooped up by Fairpark, taken in a tackle. Turnbull there, high up and under. A good intercept mark there, sitting underneath it. I think that's Cooper Heyman, who had a really good first quarter. So did McEntee, who's got the ball here. Got a bit of run here now for Fairpark. Oliver Sharp takes the mark. Ooh, stripped of it there by his opponent, but the umpire said no, that was part of the marking contest. So Sharp kicks it towards their forward line. Great diving mark there by Crowell. And Fairpark to try and get a steadier here. We'll see whether James Crowell will be able to do that, former South Croydon man.
That one really should have been a 25 because he totally stopped the run and Silvan were able to get back. It was a really good kick in the end.
Yeah, he definitely made up for that discrepancy, that's for sure. So James Crowell, former South Croydon man, 3 goals for the year from just 8 games. Starts his march in fairly slowly. And he goes. That's a good kick. And it's just floated to the left at the last minute. Unfortunate for Fairpark. They needed that steadier, but they've got it forward at least.
So we have a reset. Just waiting, assessing the options. Steiniger kicks it. Commentary side going at it. Turnbull. Good in front there by Macenti. So spoils out. It's had a very nice 5 minutes or so. Umpire to throw it in. Rucks go at it. Oh, Rankin stepped up into the ruck and done fairly well there and got his own ball back. Kicked it on the boot, round the body. Where's it going to bounce? Sylvan had got numbers, but no. It's slippery ball, so it's going to be hard for them. Fairpark applying the pressure. Jumps on, screams a ball. The umpire says, no, I'll have it. So just directly at the top of the goal square here. Fairpark looking, just waits for that contest. It goes, sort of falls through hands out the back. Horn tries to get a good tackle there by Steiniger and paid. Exceptional work down there for Sylvan's defence. Kicks it out here, Steiniger, but in front there is Raru. I'm going to have to find a nickname for the man because I apologise if I'm mispronouncing your name.
Says he's going for home.
All right, well, he's got 38, so not a bad one. He'd kick it from probably the true 40, 45 on a slight angle. He got high raps from the coach in pre-game. So he swings onto the right. Nice kick of the boot, but it's going to the left. Top of the goal square. Where's it going to fall? Takes it. There he is. Kicks a goal for Rankin. Cannot be stopped in the air or down on the ground.
Well, they did say today to focus just on the seniors, so he didn't play under 19s, playing full 4 quarters here. And, geez, he's had a bit of an impact early, and he's going to have probably 5 or 6 to make sure the Lions get home today.
Certainly good enough at the level.
That's for sure.
He's just got a massive leap on him, and then just as good on ground level.
And he goes straight into the ruck.
Might be our new favourite player. We've got a few.
Yeah. We've got 47 teams to choose from. What's 47 times 22? Let's go to the boundary line with Brett Veston.
Trent Martin's just come from the ground, boys. I think he's probably okay, but he's a bit proppy and he's hobbling a wee bit. May just got a corky, so we'll keep an eye on him.
Another inside 50 for Fairpark from Oakley, but it's faded over the boundary line into the pocket. As we check the scores real quickly, nearly 15 minutes gone. It's Sylvan 4-5-29 to Fairpark 7-7-49.
We'll go stats instead. Paul Yukoni.
Fairpark have had the last the last 5 clearances, and they've had the last 4 The inside 50s are 8-6 the way of Sylvan, and the same for the clearances, 8-6 Sylvan's way.
Well, it makes sense that on such a small ground, the clearances have been quite important in determining who has the ascendancy this game. It was Sylvan to get this clearance. It was a tumbling ball forward, now scooped up by Heyman. Got the handball away. Now it's Sharp. Tumbling ball forward, well, mostly sideways. It's out in the full.
Props to Sylvan, though. They've tidied up their defence with letting Fairpark just waltz the ball up the other end of the field like they were in that first quarter, so it's more of a slog now.
And I wonder what part the rain plays in that, whether or not the ball's getting slipperier and slipperier out there. So Steiniger, he'll take the kick in. It's a long one. Charges the target down the line. It just went over his head and over the heads of everyone out of the boundary line. Let's go to Josh Warden, the score centre.
Couple of First Division scores: South Belgrave 35 to Croydon 12, Beaconsfield 25 to Lilydale 7.
Thank you very much, Josh. As took a little bit of time for the ball to get back. And here we go. James charge against Rankin this time. Rankin flew. He went out the back, and Sharp, I think, got it. It was a high kick just completely into space there. First to it. Looks like it's Mitch Need. Clever little tap to Oakley. He's going to have to evade a couple of players. He did that well. Lost handle on the ball. Had to evade a third player. Gets the kick inside forward 50 and Crowell. Oh, it wasn't tidy by Oakley, but he did so well. And it's James Crowell to get another shot at it. He missed one before. Faded out to the left. And this is not the scoring end, but Fairpark will try to make the most of it. He's going to be kicking from perhaps just inside, if not just on that 38-metre arc, as it is here at Sylvan. He's got a good handle on it. That's one that Fairpark needed. James Crowell kicked it. Had to wait a second there to see whether or not it went through, but James Crowell has done it. And Fairpark push further ahead now.
Well, a really good response here from the Lions the last 5 to 6 minutes under a lot of pressure, and suddenly they've been able to start winning the ball out in the midfield and create some opportunities themselves, and that's a good finish from Crowell.
It's a 26-point lead now. Fairpark 8-7, 55 to Sylvan 4-5, 29 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. We're ticking up to 18
the clearance is so important with such a small ground too.
Yep.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to be pretty.
It's this battle. And Rankin just getting in there. Oh, got hit nice by Charge there. He felt it, and umpire says holding the man. So it's going to be a Sylvan free kick. Well, the ball just goes down Fairpark's end. Going to take a little bit to get back, so Fairpark can get numbers behind the ball here. It's awarded to Coventry. He just hands it off to the running player. Kicks in front low, tries to attack it from behind. Falls at the feet, snap on the body. Tester, can he get it? And he does. Samo Tester's nice snap around the body there. A nice leveller there for Sylvan just to get back on the score.
He knew it straight away. He had the double fist.
He loved it.
Going right away, and that's a brilliant finish. And again, clearance out of the midfield.
Well, Sylvan do
Quick
have
goal.
a couple of strong goal kickers, some of the main goal kickers. They spread the love here. It's 5 goal kickers for the 5 goals for Sylvan.
And Lowe hasn't kicked one yet.
And Lowe hasn't kicked one, exactly.
Who's been a lock in the team of the week for the last 5 weeks, I think, just about.
So back to the centre. Let's see if Sylvan can continue a bit of this momentum. Rankin tried to make sure that doesn't happen. It's come out to Mitch Need. Couldn't quite handle it. He's got quite a few to beat. He got it down to a teammate, Williams, who's going to have to follow up his own handball. But the boundary line beats them. As the rain has eased off a little bit here. I actually, maybe not, I don't know. John is shaking his head down there. Maybe, I don't know, it's a conversation with Besto he's having, but...
I think it's a conversation with Besto.
I'll trust my own judgment. I think the rain has eased off. Let's go to the boundary line to get that.
Yeah, look, it has eased off a slight, but as you say, just speaking out, it's just got up again. And just on Trenton Martin watch, he's just doing a few stretches. He still looks a bit proppy, but I think he's getting ready to come back on. We'll let you know.
We just had a look at the satellite picture, and it looks like there's more on the way. But back to the game here as James Charge gets the handball away. Oh, he couldn't handle it, could Bradley, so steaming through comes a Fairpark player in Tobias. And he gets another for Fairpark.
Well, the only one with clean hands in the end. Obviously, the handball back into a dangerous part of the ground. As soon as you drop that, that's the worst spot to make a mistake.
They have overused a little bit there in that back half, haven't they, Sylvan? Like, probably the one player of their stars that hasn't really got going is Steininger. And just in these kind of conditions, just hasn't been able to use the ball.
And when it has worked for them, they've just gone long. Just thrown it on the boot. Bit of a chaos ball up forward has worked for them. So, again, just don't have to be pretty.
Rankin again. That probably need to get Cowan back on because Charge wins that. But Fairpark get it back to their advantage. Oh, it falls through hands of Steininger. Now Fairpark in front. Can you get it on the boot? Try to pick it up. Doesn't have the ball, but tackled. But umpire says play on. Numbers around it. Congested footy. At the bottom of it's Tom Horn. And the umpire says, I'll have it.
It sounds obvious, but just those little ones there, like Fairpark, just sock it off the ground so he didn't have to win the contest. Get it forward, play in front.
And kick on the boot here for Sylvan. They just hope and pray, but it's going to... it was going to possibly come back in. They heard a whistle and a bit of confusion as to whether it was paid a mark or not. But, yeah, he didn't hold it long enough there, Ryan. So, play on. So, umpire throws it in on this commentary side. And can again, nice tap down there with athleticism. Oh, bit of a check there on Want. He felt it. Slow to get up. It was unintentional, but a high. And right in the centre of the ground. So Want tries to take on the play, kicks it on the right boot. Through hands, going to slip out of bounds. And that'll be it, the ball in.
So, up in Fairpark's forward line here. So they continue to try and press this advantage. 9-7-61 to 5-5-35. Lions lead. Ripping it away or trying to as Tobias. Couldn't manage it. It's all wrapped up. Umpire will come in again. So Sharp in the ruck this time against Charge. Charge got the hit forward and they're just kicking it off the ground here. It fell there for Cardamone and the kick forward by Turnbull. It's a bouncing ball. Races on. Suarez there. Is he going to pick it up or just kick it off the ground? Oh, really good play there. Great defensive work. That was very well done by Fairpark.
They got a bit lucky there. They had the spare back and it went over his head, beat the press and, yeah, got a little lucky.
It was Kane Church there who did the good work there, just put his body in the way and stopped Sylvan from taking advantage of that. But it's still in the forward line here for Sylvan. We'll go to the boundary line right now as it trickles over.
Just a real quick one, boys. Trent Martin, he's still holding that hammy. It looks like an upper hamstring or possibly somewhere around there, and he's still back on.
You don't want to see that. He's definitely going to be an important on-field presence for Sylvan, no doubt. So they try and hold firm here. It's slipped out of their forward line, and it's going to come right back as free kick's being picked out. We'll see who it's going to. So Sylvan through LaMonica. High ball towards the goal square. Charges there. It's just spoiled out of his hands. Still in play, however. Ficarelli tried to get the underground handball out, but Fairpark gets away with it. No mark taken just outside of their defensive 50. And Want just carries it over the line and will have a throw in.
Went through Macenti's hands there. Just very unfortunate not to take the mark, but obviously the greasy conditions from the rain, which is still trickling down.
Yeah, that's going to happen.
Charge in front of Rankin there, but Fairpark get it through hands or kick on the boot, and crunch was Church. So on the far side, Sylvan take it out. We've played 24 minutes in this second quarter. Fairpark 9-7-61 lead Sylvan 5-5-35. Sylvan love a score before this half-time break. Cross boundary side.
Just really quickly, boys, Nicholas Macenti's just come off the ground. I think it looks like a dislocated finger. He's holding his hand and he looks in a bit of pain, so we'll keep an eye on him.
Well, that'll explain the ball going through his hands. He's felt that one. So Fairpark, good tackling pressure there through Silvan, but possibly a free kick. Yeah, sling tackle. He's saying he slipped up the arm. There's Ben Strawhair that's given away that free kick. So kick to the spare player in the centre in Allison. Takes it on, wants to play on straight away. Kick on the boot. Steiniger in front. Good mark in these conditions. The long sleeves probably helped him there. Got the spare on this commentary side, but ignores that. Kicks to the centre. The player in front holding of the jumper. Umpire didn't see it on the wrong side. Dumping tackle that one, but the umpire says, I'll have it. And a bit of push and shove on that one. So just outside the 38 for Sylvan. Charge trying to find that player underneath his feet. We'll go to that centre very shortly. Just see where this ball goes around. Bit of push and shove. It's a free kick, Fairpark. We go stat side with Paul Uconi.
The tackle count in this second term is 14-6 the way of Sylvan.
It'll be pleasing to see that they've stepped it up. And good. Charge in front, but hands through Rankin spoils it. Takes it on, tapping ball. Where's it going to go? Well done to well done to keep it in, Oliver Sharp. But he kicks it on the boot and sprays it out to the side. We go score centre with Josh Ward.
12 minutes into the second quarter at Seaback Oval. Roval 36 to Blackburn 23. Berwick 20. Trail Doncaster East 28.
Thank you, Josh.
So back into play for Sylvan here. The kick goes straight over the wing. Charge is the obvious target. Spilled out of his hands and back over the... Oh, no, not quite. It is over the boundary line. Let's go to John O'Ven, who's down there.
Yeah, gents, the rain has well and truly dropped off. The worst has passed. Doesn't look like there's going to be much rain for the next little while, at least an hour, I would say.
So Raru, he's going to get the clearance there, hands it out to Sharp. He gets it over to Williams, who slipped as he tried to take it. So Sylvan are going to pounce here. Little kick was clever by Coventry, didn't amount to much as it's absolute stacks on. At the bottom of that pack was Sam Raru. As we are ticking very close to half-time here. Nearly 27 minutes gone. Fairpark leads 61-35. Dixon tried to bounce it to himself there. Bit ambitious of him. And Turnbull tackled, spills out. The kick goes forward for Fairpark. It was off the ground. Crowell couldn't quite take it. His direct opponent, Owen, couldn't handle it either. No one can. Let's be honest here. Oakley, not him. There's a kick forward there by Coventry. It was not picked up by Cardamone, however. Fairpark pounce. And it's going to be a ball up now. Oh, holding the ball. Oh, he's let it play on here, the umpire. This is remarkable. I don't know who has the ball at this point.
He let it play for a very long time.
Yeah,
scrappy footy.
I really thought it was going to be holding the ball, just given how long the umpire let it play for, but the ball must have spilled out without me seeing it. So Charge taps it down, but it's going to be Sharp to kick it forward. No mark taken there for Sylvan. Horn's doing well here to try and stay steady and keep his feet. Owen at the bottom of the pack. Is he going to let his teammate take it? He might have dragged it in there. Might have Walker. No, the umpire is happy to ball it up once again right on that 38-metre arc of Fairpark's forward line this time. And from that clearance, Tester couldn't quite take it. Strawhead did. Finally a clean possession and a kick. Good little spoil there from Oakley. He did well to beat Turnbull. But Turnbull, great turn of speed there. Got the kick bouncing forwards. And Heyman was the defender for Fairpark, who had to beat two. And the boundary line was his safety. And it's into the pocket. Let's go to Josh Wood in the score centre.
A couple of 4th Division scores. Strenside Park 41 to Nunawading 3. And Surrey Park 48 to Kilsyth 16.
Ooh, okay. I don't think many of us tipped that one.
That'll do.
I did.
That'll do.
I'm not surprised. And so back into play here. Charge now against Cowan. Once again, Allison got the clearance this time. Oakley's going to have to run with the flight of the ball to try and take it, but boundary line beats them. And let's go to the boundary line with John O'Ven.
Speaking of boundary, I reckon there's a fair hike for that man just across the ground.
It was good on the screen, Johnny. You just saw his head just disappear like going down an escalator.
Yep.
That was a pretty steep bank down there from memory.
It is. Just about half an hour gone in this quarter, so I reckon the siren's about seconds away. If we had Brasher here, we might have a bit more of an idea as to when it might
We have had the
go.
9 goals kicked as well in
That's
this quarter.
true.
So
It's been pretty high scoring.
At one stage, it was just goal after goal, and then since then, it's sort of steadied a little bit.
Oddly, the goal kicking has petered out with the rain, which is not what you'd expect.
Yeah, that's...
Last time the score was at the 20-minute mark of the second quarter. My stats are coming in handy. That's how they work. I'll explain it a little bit further as we go on. Tackling pressure on the far side.
Just to take us back, I think Fairpark and Sylvan played a game where Fairpark only kicked 3 goals earlier in the season, so they've done a number on that.
It's definitely been a change, and they've found it to be great for their finals chance leading into this second break, but still play on. No siren in. So Sylvan, can they score here? They've got numbers on the spare low at the back. Oh, good spoil there through hands by Need. It trickles out. That's a crucial spoil there by Bradley Need for Fairpark. And they're just waiting for the umpire to retrieve the ball. Lucky it didn't go under.
Fairpark are looking like they just sort of want to protect the lead at this point in the quarter, aren't they?
Yeah, they'd be happy with 26 points.
Yeah.
20, then it's a little bit of a maybe disappointment.
Rucks go at it, falls at feet, tackle pressure applied there. Strong tackling by Fairpark in their defence. We go boundary side, Brett Beston.
Nicholas Macenti, I mentioned before about his, it looked like a dislocated finger. He disappeared into the rooms for a while and he's just come out with a trainer. So he's gone back to the bench, but we'll keep an eye on him. He should hopefully return in the second half.
Thanks, Brett. So good ruck contest. Charge just waited at the bottom. Sylvan just trying to possibly find the free through here as he takes on the players, but numbers around it. Fairpark piled all their players nearly behind the ball, except for the 3 outside the 38. Ruck's at it. Charge, nice tap. Which way does it go? Oh, Fairpark spoiled each other. Running hands on the spare play there in Turnbull. Can't pick it up clean. Oh, possibly. No. Umpire says, I'll have it. And then we get a throw in.
I think at halftime I'm going to go try and figure out how to pronounce McEntee's name, because we've had 3 different pronunciations so far, so we've got to sort out which one it is. Good punch by Charge, goes forward, but Raru was there in the way. He kicks a tumbling ball outside a defensive 38. Scooped up there by the fast man Williams. He just lost a handle on it in the last minute. Tester will benefit. Gets the handball out to Steiniger. He's working in a phone box to try to get to D'Alfonso. Yeah, Fairpark break that up through Sharp and another boundary throw-in. Let's go to, who's it, Josh in the score centre.
Second division scores: Basin 63, Knox 16, Ringwood 29, Waverley Boys 32, Upper Ferntree Gully 30 to East Burwood 29.
And there's the siren for half-time at Sylvan Recreation Reserve. We've got a bit of a good game on our hands here. Fairpark 9-7, 61, Sylvan 5-5, 35, but definitely showed they have the potential to score fast in this second quarter. Let's have a look at some of the goal kickers for that quarter or for the whole game. Take your pick, Scott.
We'll lead with Sylvan because they got on the score. So Ficarelli scores 1, Walker 1, Tester 1, Charge 1. I might have added 1 extra there, sorry. And Turnbull 1. I think if all scores are correct there. Dadswell with 1, Ruru 1. All single goal scorers as we go. Need, Crowell, Tobias, Lees and Rankin with 3 goals.
Thank you very much for that, Scott. As we go to the halftime break, thank you very much for listening to us on Eastern FM 98.1, the Facebook and YouTube channels. We'll come back with the halftime show on the other side of this.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy to use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome to the halftime show for the Eastland Match of the Round, live here from Sylvan Recreation Reserve. It's the Travellers, the Fairpark Lions, leading 9-7-61 to Sylvan 5-5-35 at the main break here. Josh Ward here alongside Dylan Smith and John O'Ven on the halftime show. Just going through the only major goal kicker in that first half. Jay Rankin had a really good first half with the 3 goals. Dill, Jono, I'll throw to you for this contest. It's been a bit of an up and down one, but Fairpark, you feel this is a fair reflection of that dominance in the first quarter and the dominance they had in patches in the second quarter?
They've got quite contrasting game styles, the two teams, and I think Fairpark have just been able to wrestle control of the game and get it exactly how they want it to be. They've got, they play that repeat stoppage, high stoppage game, get it forward, take the territory, and they've done that to a T, really. I mean, for the entire season, they've only averaged 61 points a game, and they're already on 61 at half-time, so they've implemented what they've wanted to do absolutely perfectly. They've smashed them at the clearances, smashed them at contested ball, and that's what they do best. And Sylvan haven't been able to defend any of their major attributes at the clearance or off the turnover. So I'll hand it over to you now, Jono.
I'm quite surprised, to be honest, because I wasn't exactly too sure on what to expect. But of the things that I did expect, I expected, Matt Lowe to absolutely fire, amongst other things. But Fairpark have just been absolutely fantastic. There's no doubt about it. A key thing to consider in this game, for me at the moment, is matchups, because you've got, obviously Sylvan, they were having headaches, with Rankin and that sort of thing, and obviously Lowe not getting much hands on the footy. So what happened when Rankin was tagged was that Fairpark had a lot more backup options, and they could still do a lot more damage on the scoreboard. So I'd expect the headaches to continue for Sylvan, unfortunately. As to whether they can come back in this game, well, I'm not too sure. I guess we'll find out find out at three-quarter time.
Conditions have definitely played a part, because I think Sylvan, they have a lot of those, a lot of their players or elite players are behind the ball as well, and they're good, efficient users of the ball. Fairpark don't have a good disposal efficiency, and it hasn't really mattered in this game because it has been so contested, and they've just been able to drive it forward, and so almost having that worst disposal, kick it to grass, has worked better for them. Whereas Sylvan's, their go is, build it up nicely, play the turnover game and get it to Lowe, and they haven't really been able to do that.
They haven't, and Lowe has gone near the ball, but you're right, Fairpark have gone 2 defenders to him. Conditions particularly in that second quarter, I feel like wouldn't have played into the favour of Matthew Lowe and neither Jay Rankin as well. But just touching on Rankin, that first quarter and patches in the second quarter, just you can see why Sean Stan rated him so highly. He's just plucking marks left, right, and centre, and just dominating all across up forward.
Rankin, that is you're talking about. Yeah, like absolute freak. The athleticism on him, the vertical leap must be huge. So he's been a real handful for them, and if he can do what he did in that first half, I don't think Sylvan will have a chance with just having a weapon like that up forward, Jono.
Yeah, true. I thought he sort of, dropped off as soon as, Trent Martin announced the big tag, because I tell you what, he was very passionate about, or rather during his quarter time address, where he just goes, righto, that's it, I'm going to him. And I think it's worked. But like I said earlier, you've got a lot of backup options with Fairpark. Conversely, I like the look of Mitch Need. I mean, he's been absolutely fantastic in defence, and that's going to continue. So I think, this second half, I reckon we'll see more of the same. It's going to take a lot for Sylvan, but much more of the same.
Just briefly, before we check some scores around the ground, what do you want to see most from Sylvan in this second half and from Fairpark to continue to do in this second half?
I mean, ideally for me, I'd just like for them to compete with Fairpark at that contested ball. So at the clearances, if they can get some parity there, I think if they can get on the same level at the clearance, they give themselves every chance. But they also do need to get some control over the ball, because they haven't been able to do that, and that's really more their game. And if they can get some control, get some more outside ball, if the conditions dry up, I think that's what will serve them best.
I feel like the usual suspects really need to stand up for Sylvan, and they're doing so. But I think they just need to take it up a slight notch, like the likes of Matthew Steiniger, those types of players.
Haven't seen much from D'Alfonso today too.
No, but I feel James Charge, who's been absolutely fantastic all around the ground, and that's going to continue for him. Fairpark, look, they've got a winning formula, I reckon, and this second half will show whether or not they can hold on.
We'll see what happens. Let's go around the grounds into Premier Division. At halftime at Balwyn Visy Park, Park Orchards lead 6-7-43 to Balwyn 6-3-39. So the Sharks win. You can almost guarantee them safety.
Wow.
The side they're battling for safety with in South Croydon, they lead Doncaster 42-16. East Ringwood 38 to Norwood 14. Berwick 22 to Doncaster East 29. Halftime out at Seabeck Oval, Roval 55 to Blackburn 36. So putting the foot to the gas in that second quarter. The Hawks, and unfortunately no update from Vermont Recreation Reserve. The quarter time score there 16-15 in favour of Vermont. Into First Division. Now, I'm not too sure if this is correct. Bayswater to 1, Mitcham 4 behind. That was early on, though, so bit of a surprise there. Croydon 29.
Scores could take a little bit long.
They could.
What was that? One behind to 4 behind?
Yeah, 1 behind to 4 behind. Croydon 29 to South Belgrave 51. Yep. Montrose are making a comeback against the Mustangs 41-51 out there at Montrose Recreation Reserve. We're hoping for an update about how well Joel Tennant is playing on his senior debut. The Basin putting Knox to the sword 75-24 out there at Battaram Reserve. Waverley Blues 39 to Ringwood 29. As said before, Upper Ferntree Gully 30 to East Burwood 29 out there at Kings Park. So bit of a surprise out there. It could change. But
do we have Templestowe Mulgrave?
Templestowe Heathmont. Templestowe 8 to Heathmont 42. So, I mean, they probably won't get the double chance, but if they get a win before potentially meeting Templestowe in the final, it could give them a bit of confidence. Mulgrave 28 to Boronia 67 out there at Mulgrave. So I think that's half time.
It is.
Third Division, Donvale 58 to Coldstream 38. Obviously the game out here, we've got the later game, Oakley District and Warrandyte. Ferntree Gully 39, only just lead against Whitehorse, who have 35 points on the board.
I don't know if I should be saying this, Wardy, but a certain individual, who I'm not going to name, has been down here from Oakley District. He's been checking out as to whether or not he's still in the building. I have great respect for this man, so I'm not going to name him. But
let's keep it down.
He's been here checking things out, so yeah. It'll be interesting to see what they can do over the district.
Quickly, 4th Division. Forest Hill 48, Croydon North Emlock 37, Churnside Park 41-3, Nuttawading at half time. I'll have to amend my Surrey Park score from before, but Surrey Park still lead 42-17 against Kilsyth. We're going to go to a break here. When we return, the second half of action will be underway out here between Sylvan and Fairpark.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair.
Yeah, that's great.
Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
We are back from the halftime show here at Sylvan Recreation Reserve. Straight into the third quarter. Here's Scott Harding.
And we go boundary side as well.
Before you get underway, I've just got Sean Stanton down here. He's good enough to give us this time. Sean, what did you make of that first half?
It was a good first half. I felt that we controlled the game in the first term. They sort of worked their way back into it. It's a bit of an arm wrestle at the moment.
You're pretty confident you can get up from here?
I'm hoping, more than confident.
Good on you, mate. Thank you.
Mitchell Need feeling the pressure, and thank you very much, Brett Besson. Thank you, Sean, for taking the time there. There's no delays here. We're straight into it. And Kent Fairpark scored first quarter and the second quarter, both under 2 minutes. So can they repeat that? That's also on my stats there. That's how it works, lads. It's working. It's working. It's in their forward half, but Sylvan looks to clear. This could work even better. Can he pick it up? Need. Just kicks it, stabs it on the boot, hands on the running player. Oh, don't tell me. He's kicked it. Horn. And within 54 seconds, if you don't mind. They love starting strong. It's a very good goal for Fairpark. Could you believe it? I mentioned my stats, and there we go. Boundary side.
Talk about fast starts, Scott. You've started off calling, and you've, first half, second half, a goal inside a minute both times. How about that, mate?
Fairpark, they want me if they play finals. Just keep that in mind, Ryan. So
Sylvan just too cute with that kick again off half back. Inability to rebound 50.
Hopefully we'll have something to say about that tonight. I'm sure the boys are actually watching. They've got the night game.
They will. It'll be interesting to see. Exceptional play by Fairpark thus far.
So it was a clearance there by Sylvan. Turnbull will benefit. He gets it to D'Alfonso. Kick around the corner. This could be another one inside a minute. Oh, it's just bounced the wrong way for D'Alfonso. Fast start here. So,
guys, he's had 5 touches at the start of this third quarter.
Yeah, it's wild. He's really stepped it up, hasn't he? And he needed to as well because they were getting the clearances, Fairpark. Let's go to the score centre with Josh Ward.
We've got a half-time score from Vermont Recreation Reserve. Vermont 30, lead Noble Park 29. So a good contest out there.
Thank you very much, Josh. As the kicking comes from Fairpark, it fell into the hands of Allison. Oakley now has it. D'Alfonso, however, chasing it, hunting it. Needs to go to ground level for it. Was challenged, though. This ball spills out. It looks like it's going to end up for Oakley. No, stolen from him. And Walker punts it forward. Intercept mark taken there by Want. He goes for a bit of a jog. And he's run too far. Ooh, that's harsh. Gee. Didn't expect that. We haven't updated the score, or we haven't covered the scores here just yet. It's Sylvan 5-6-36 to Fairpark 10-7-67 with that first goal. And we are 3 minutes into this second quarter. So Sylvan to take the free kick. And they've had time to block up the holes of Fairpark, so it's just going to be a conventional down-the-line kick there. And nearly cut off there by Heyman, but it's spilt out of his hands and over the boundary line. I thought that was quite harsh on Want. I didn't think he'd run too far. Maybe it's the proportion of the ground that the umpire's judging it based off. But Charge taps it down. Scooped up immediately there by Church. He was wrapped up. Another stoppage. Back up we go. Charge in a intriguing duel against Cowan. Raru was the recipient of that clearance, and he's kicked it out on the full there. Let's go to the boundary line with John Oven.
Just a bit of a weather update, gents. The sun is peeking out behind, well, it was at halftime behind commentary position, but unfortunately it's just going to get colder and colder by the looks of things. It was 12 degrees at the start of the game. It's going to be drifting towards maybe 11 or 10 by the end of this one, so at least there's no rain.
So Turnbull kicked it inside 50 for Sylvan. Want gets the rebound. Good contest there by Sylvan, however. They had the numbers. Kicks it straight back into their forward line. Ball comes out the back there, scooped up. Bonfadini on the right. Oh! Has he kicked it? He has! And that was Ficcarelli instead, not Bonfadini. My apologies there. Great goal.
Trademark Ficcarelli goal too.
It was. He's always dangerous when the ball hits ground level in the forward line there for Sylvan. So they get one back in the third quarter. 4.5 minutes gone. 6-6-42, 10-7-67 Fairpark. Still with the lead, of course.
You know they won't go away either. So they're certainly going to push Fairpark all afternoon.
So Ruck's just waiting for the umpire to throw it up. Charge and Cowan, tap down. Fairpark get the advantage, just slays it on the boot there. Oakley kicks it where it bounces. Raru picks it up. Nice hands to the running player in need, and it's another goal for Fairpark. They respond. Mitchell Need, a snap around the body. We go to the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, 11-7. I knew that it was going to do that. The score just went off the screen, 11-7-73 to 6-6-42. We go score sound with Josh Ward.
Half-time at Quamby Reserve, North Ringwood 4-10-34 to Wantirna South 5-8-38 out there. Beaconsfield 5-2-32 lead Lilydale 1-5-11 at half-time.
So back into the centre, Cowan v Charge, as it's been all day. Bit of a 0-0 draw in that one, so D'Alfonso pounces, takes the advantage. Ficcarelli, man in front, just got it spoiled away from him by Walden. And the boundary line beats them both. So clearances, as we've said all day, very important. And D'Alfonso stepping it up could bode well here for Sylvan.
And Ficcarelli scored the first goal for Sylvan in that second quarter as well. So it was to come out of the blocks.
Steiniger from that clearance. He slipped over. Raru is just shaking off the tackle. That was well done. He muscled it away. Bit of a falcon there for Crowell as it came off the boot of Raru. And it's all Sylvan right now. Bissell's gets it forward. One-on-one contest. No mark taken. Ficcarilli is lurking. He's dangerous, but the boundary line beats them once more.
The Fairpark back six have held up really well, haven't they? I can't remember a Sylvan sort of just mark in the goal square or anything like that.
There's been a lot of chaos in there.
Indeed. And from that boundary throw in, good tackle. Oh, kick away from out of absolutely nothing. I think that was Ficcarilli. It's just the 1 point.
So we get the minus score, 7 minutes into this third quarter. Fairpark with a handy lead, 30 points. So Silvan need to find the response. Fairpark taking their time, and no one behind the goals wants to help them out.
No one's going down there.
No, they're slipping on that. So unless you got studs in. So really taking the time off the clock, Fairpark here through Want. So he kicks commentary side here. Side through hands. And it's starting to get a nice spoil out.
Good to see Macenti back on the ground.
Macenti.
Did we find out if that was I bungled it again.
Well, you did it.
It's definitely. I did ask, and it's Macenti, and then I just said it wrong again.
I thought so. Just wanted to double check. Hands, taps around. Still, rain has stopped, but obviously very wet ball and wet ground. And we go boundary side with John O'Van.
Clouds are opening up, gents, too, which is great. We've got a bit of blue sky right above us, which is fantastic.
Love to see it. And Fairpark do as they kick it on the boot there. Where is it going to fall out the back? Foot race on there. Sylvan just happy to push it through. Jesse Owen just kicks off the ground and a minus score. So that takes Fairpark 11-8, 74 to Sylvan 6-7, 43. We played minutes 30 into this third quarter. So kick out by Sylvan, takes the player on, looks to the centre. Oh, good mark there through Walker. He felt that. Got the spare player. Now where they go, over the top. Oh, dangerous kick. Well done there, though, by Delfonso to keep it in. He tackles after the Fairpark player. Hands through Sylvan. Now they've put themselves under pressure. Really good tackling pressure by Fairpark. And that's probably the best result for Sylvan, but
they've broken down there again. It's that same play.
And we'll go stats then with Paul Coney.
The clearances in this third term are 4-2 the way of Fairpark, and the tackles are 5-3 the way of Sylvan.
Back into it. Cowan v. Charge. Oh, Cowan tapped it right down to Sharp, and his kick was immediately intercepted there by Thomas. Thomas gets the kick to LaMonica. Mark taken just outside of the defensive arc for Sylvan. Kicks it onto the wing, essentially. Charge was the target, of course, but it was punched and brought over the line there by Macenti.
Well done.
Thank you.
Did we find out if it was a dislocated finger? Was that confirmed?
I think it was a dislocated finger. I think that was what Sean said when I asked him. Anyway, back into play, and it was Sharp. Oh, great clearance there for him. Handled it well. Kick was intended for goal, but it went straight to the right there, and just the one behind.
And you were talking before about probably Oakley sort of watching tonight. There'll probably be Zach Bozanacci will be watching because he's 56 goals to Low 58. Low has not kicked too many today, so could take the goal leadership.
So that was a good mark by Rankin on the intercept, but his kick was for the corridor, and Sylvan just won it there. And Calvi speeding through the middle, kicks it towards Low in the forward line. Can he handle it? They've done well here as Brad Need. And Fairpark will get it away. Oh, not quite. Intercepted. Steininger was there. Now back to Calvi. Good tackle there by Walden. Spills out Coventry. Round the corner to the top of the goal square. It just bounces past all comers. Low and Want will see it over the boundary line. Sylvan pressing. We're not waiting as long this time for the ball to come back, thankfully. 32-point lead for Fairpark. Charge, taps it down. It's at ground level. Really scrappy stuff here. Suaro couldn't handle it. Spills out again. Cowan couldn't handle it either. Just trying to get the handball away. Nice tackle laid there by Sylvan. It's just built free again. Another ball up, however.
Now, the ruck battle's been interesting. It's one as to who's taken the prize out of Charge and Cowan. It's been a really nice battle, and there's Cowan flying over the top, but only as far as the Sylvan player takes it on there. Alfonso, and that is gone. The pressure there by Fairpark's defence. Exceptional today. And Raru is on. Does he take it? He does. Kicks. Feels it afterwards. Nice mark there. Taken by clean hands through Crowell. Over the top with the spare player. That's our man, Rankin.
That was too easy there for Fairpark. Just waltzed it up again.
On slide angle.
They've just been a bit slow in transition coming back, Sylvan, when they've been caught out a couple of times.
Yeah, and Fairpark responding really well with their quickness and clean hands. Now that the rain stopped, Rankin kicks. Really nice kick that's coming back to the centre. What a goal! Unstoppable at the moment. That's 4 for the young fella. And we wait for the score to come up. That's Fairpark 12-9, 81 to Sylvan 6-7, 43. Played 12 minutes 30 in this third quarter.
Yeah, like you said, Ryan, they've just been a bit like of a step off in being able to locate their opponents when they lose the ball.
Yeah, Reru a couple of times has just been all by himself. Rankin then had far too much space, so just something to probably look at in the next quarter and a bit.
Starting to get away from Sylvan now. Delfonso, however, trying to force it forward there. Kick around the corner. It's in Suaro, but it's just out in front of him, a little too far out in front. Boundary throw in there in Sylvan's forward line.
Do you think that Sylvan now starts to worry a bit? That lead's starting to get fairly out there.
It's 38 points, yeah. Needs 7 unanswered to get in front for this one, so I would be worried for sure. So taking it there was Pearce. Kick forward for Fairpark. Didn't go particularly far, and it's yet another scrap. Coventry thrown out of it. They're really putting their bodies on the line in this one. And another ball up. I think that was inevitable. Nearly 14 minutes gone in this third quarter already. Fairpark 81, Sylvan 43. Horn with the clearance. Just came off the side of the boot. Nearly worked out for Sharp. Didn't quite, however. Steiniger will be first to it. Can he take it at ground level? Not before he was challenged, however. And Fairpark with the numbers and the pressure. And Walker is feeling that pressure right now. Tackled by Raru. Ball up. So here we go again with that ruck contest. That duel, Charge and Cowan. Strawhair with the clearance this time. Punched forward by Tester, but only as far as once. Scrubbing kick there towards a teammate. He's just going to have to fight for it. There is Tobias. He was tackled to ground. That was well done. Holding the ball. Good stuff there by Jake Bradley. Haven't really called his name too much, but definitely an important tackle laid. So forward they go again to Sylvan, but cut off once again by Want. They're doing really well here, reading the ball. Fairpark making sure these forward thrusters cut off. Well, the umpire said Allison didn't take that mark. He hit the ground first, so he was set upon by Sylvan. Tackled and ball up. Back to the ruck duel again. Punched forward there by Horn. Raru tried to receive it. Got the handball back to Horn. Nearly tackled out of it. Hunting for it, Delfonso. It's really starting to get to work now. Raru, he's got a bit of a burst of speed there. Hands it over there to Pearce. He's challenged, however, and Suaro managed to gather the crumb. Kicks it forward, Lowe's the dangerous man, but he's been double-teamed. Punched it into the pocket. Ficarelli nearly worked a bit of magic there, but the boundary line made sure that wasn't on offer.
It's been the day for Lowe. He's been double-teamed most of the time that it's come in there. So we get a throw. Rucks go at it. Different ruck contest at the moment. Player didn't have it, but umpire didn't see it. Takes on the player. Sylvan trying to go, but Fairpark again with tackling pressure. Kick of the boot. And it hits the post. Alfonso. Just a miss. But exceptional pressure by Fairpark in the defence. Be very pleased with how they've played back there today. Now chipping around, and this is what they've done well as well. It's finding the spare players and the run, which they do through Allison. Kicks in front, just through hands. Unfortunate there. Sylvan respond. Kick in front there. It goes over Bonafide. Hands, players around it. Just falling at feet everywhere. You look. Still slippery. Rankin trying to clear it out, but can't. Good tackling pressure. We go to stat centre. Paul Yaconi.
So the inside 50s in this third quarter are very even. 7-6 the way of Sylvan.
Thank you, Paul. And Fairpark will be happy with that. Just kick on the boot. Gives a mark there through Bissell's. Now where do they go from here? They've got the player in the centre. Presents, but wrong kick. Just goes off the side. Now Fairpark can possibly clear. Hands it, fall at feet. Again, tackle pressure. It's going to fall out the back here. Can they find the spare player? They don't. Well done. Fairpark kick on the boot. Oh, good try. Marking there, Tobias. But now Sylvan respond, but it's going to go out. Oh, out on the full in Fairpark's defence.
So the man to take the free kick will be Cooper Heyman, one of the young men Sean Stanton spoke about as we spoke to him on the pre-game show. He's been a good young player there. Finds the spare man. Wasn't a great kick, but he had enough space, did Pearce, to gather it, kick it even wider still. And Fairpark building once again. Their foot skills have been good, and so have their hands there, despite the wet conditions. That was good, a really good mark by Ethan Tobias. He's going to find Raru in the centre. The corridor has just been guarded well enough by Sylvan that Raru couldn't put that burst of speed on that he does usually. But it was a low ball there to Williams. He gathered it well, clean hands, kick towards the top of the goal square. The Flyers go up. Sylvan with the kick our way, though. Oh, it's just slipped through the hands there of Jake Bradley. This could be a disaster if they're not clean enough here. Oh, and the free kicks. Oh, that is harsh on Coventry. So
pretty had a clean handball there. Maybe I missaw it,
but Crowell will take the free kick there. The man on the mark is standing there on the 38 line. Crowell, he's got the one goal for the day, the former South Croydon man. Did well last week against Oakley District. Kicked 2 goals in the first quarter of that game. He's got one so far. Silence. Falls a little bit. Oh, he's seen Raru completely on his own, and that was really poor checking by Sylvan. Can't let that happen. And so Crowell played the percentages. Goes for the man a little bit further in front. And bit of a better angle there for Raru. Former Port Melbourne listed player. Premiership player with the Springvale District. Sam Raru, first year in the Fairpark red, blue and gold colours. He'll kick it from the 38. It's straight, it's high, it's long, it's there! Fairpark push forward even further. And Sylvan are starting to look a little out of answers.
Paul Yaconi, stat centre.
Well, that's the 10th mark inside 50 for Fairpark in this game to one of Sylvan. So, you know, that's why forward 50 marks are important, especially on grounds like this where, you know, the ground's small and you just need to take your opportunities, and Fairpark are certainly doing them today.
Bonafide in the ruck. Thank you, Paul. So we go Bendigo Banks score. Fairpark 13-9, 87 to Sylvan 6-7, 43. We played 20 minutes into this third quarter. Ball hasn't gone much further. So Bonafide on the 150th, just stepping into ruck duties. Fairpark pushing forward again. Now Sylvan under pressure again. Been exceptional by Fairpark at both ends of the ground. Their forward pressure and their defence pressure. It's taken Sylvan by surprise. Tap there through hands out the back for Sharp. Can't pick it up. Through Allison. Tries to get it out, but tackling pressure just on the bottom on his back. Can't get her away.
It's a damning stat for Sylvan too, on such a small ground, not being able to defend those uncontested marks.
So play on here. Fairpark again into their forward 38. Sylvan under pressure now. Fairpark just want to push it forward at all costs that they can. Horns around the contest, trying to pick up. Good tackling pressure by Horn. It doesn't go much further. And we get a ball up.
It looked like Jake Bradley was in a bit of pain there. He's just gotten up, however, and looks okay to resume the contest. So Fairpark trying to push it forward there. It's in the hands of Dadswell. He gets the centering ball. Whistle's gone. Let's see what this is about.
I think it's out of bounds.
No, it must have been out of bounds. So unlucky there for Dadswell. He's gotten on the board for 1 goal today, but has otherwise been a little bit quiet. One of the major goal kickers for Fairpark, but it speaks well to them that they haven't needed to use him. So Steiniger with a huge ball out of defence there. Low went for the fly, couldn't take it. So Fairpark applying the pressure. Sylvan need to be clean in this situation. Calvi wasn't. D'Alfonso there, just trying to paddle the ball along, but it was intercepted by Rankin. He was tackled. We'll have a ball up. Fairpark 13-9-87, Sylvan 6-7-43. We've ticked well into time on here. 22 minutes gone in the third quarter. Oh, Sharp just from the clearance there. Goodness me. It's just bounced, eluded Crowell, and gone over the boundary line. So we'll get a throw in once someone retrieves it.
I think they've got a ball ready for this exact moment.
Let's go score centre with Josh Ward.
A couple of teams pulling away in Premier Division. Baldwin 64 to Park Orchards 50. South Croydon 66 to Doncaster 17.
Thank you very much, Josh, as we get the throw in. Raru just kicked it well to himself, swung round on the foot and kicked the one behind. Unfortunate there. That would have been something from nothing from Sam Raru. And so Fairpark moved to 13-10-88, Sylvan 6-7-43. 22 minutes and 40 seconds gone here at Sylvan Recreation Reserve.
They just weren't ready for another ball to go over the fence, so they're taking the time. Steiniger with kick-in duties. Gets the ball back here. Just assessing the options. Looking to go on the far side. She does. Good kick up towards the wing. Oh, a strong mark there in low. So pushing far up the ground this time. Now kick, but it goes overhead, but still wins in the favour of Dixon. Dixon kicks around the body, and a good mark there by Ficarelli. It was either going to possibly be a free kick, but a strong mark either way. And he's in a tight angle, probably about 30 metres out.
That's the first time they've been able to move the ball coast to coast from the defensive 50 up to the forward line. I think putting those two intercept defenders in the spotlight in Steiniger and Want, Steiniger just hasn't gone for territory in contest enough. He's sort of looked for that cute option.
He has, and Ficarelli's gone around the body and it's gone on the far side, so just a minor behind. Sorry, Dylan had to get that score up, and we get Fairpark 13-10, 88 to 6, Sylvan 6-8-44. We go score Sam and Josh Ward.
Couple more Prem scores. Berwick 22 to Doncaster East 50. Roval 80 to Blackburn 36.
Thank you, Josh.
And so high up and under it was there from that contest. It's just built for Want once more. Bit of a tumbling kick. It was been marked pretty easily by Strawhair. So he sees a man out in the pocket there who could have taken it. I think it was Simpson, but just went over the boundary line. Had to stand his ground, but couldn't. And so we've got a throw in here. Justin Sylvan's forward line. They really, really need one or two before the third quarter is over. Kick out of defence there for Fairpark. Good mark by Raru. And so the Lions will push once again. They're winning the clearances. They're winning contested possession, and Raru just steps around his man there. Steiniger over the top there with a spoil. It was good. And it's going to be a tackle laid on a Fairpark player. Calls of ball from the crowd that's right next to us, but it's just going to be the ball up. Bonfadini in the ruck, but it was Rankin to beat him completely. Need stole a march on them. Got a little chip forward there. Kick off the ground there. That was well done. Mark's taken by Dadswell. He's going to swing round onto his right. He saw an open goal face. Oh! Just didn't quite... he didn't quite take the mark there. It went over the boundary line, and it was Ogle, I believe, who crashed into the fence and is looking a little worse for wear. But Sylvan to bring it back in.
He's very much feeling it. He's down behind play and trainers going towards him. Unfortunate not to be paid the mark for that effort. So we get play resuming. Charge on the far side. Kicks. No, just straight to the Fairpark player and Jason Want. And that's again been probably the day. Sylvan just haven't found that spare that Fairpark have, and getting a bit of direction from Jesse Pearce for Fairpark. He's telling his teammate just to slow it down, look down the line. He does, but he scrubs along the ground. Now can Fairpark just get it back? Still apply tackling pressure through Daniel Dixon. Go to score centre, Josh Ward.
Vermont Trail, Noble Park 31 to 36, 20 minutes into the third quarter.
Thank you. Interesting score. So Fairpark in front. Good spoil again there by Sylvan. And that was Bissell's at the back. So the umpire has throw in on the far side.
This could be the end of Blackburn's season. They're losing to Rowville, and Noble Park will pull in front of them.
And Doncaster is winning too.
Yep. Let's go to Brett Beston on the boundary line.
Just looking at Benjamin Ogley, he's just come off the field in the hands of the trainer. His left arm, he looked like he may have had some sort of shoulder issue. He wasn't moving his arm. He had it sort of down by his side. So we'll keep an eye on him, but he's just getting some attention at the moment.
So we've got a free kick here to Sylvan. Calvi to take it. Searching for options into the corridor. Well, no, he's just picked it out to Allison there for Fairpark. That was a really poor kick. Allison goes forward to centre half forward with a kick. Strawhair scoops it up. Tackled by Need. And it's going to be the ball up there.
Just see no way that they lose this. I don't want to jinx it, but there's no way they won't win this game just with the way they're playing it.
Why'd you say that?
Brave call. So LaMonica scoops it up for Sylvan, kicks it down the line low. Once again, it's Wants who comes across consistently to cut off the ball in front of Low.
He's been fantastic.
He's been excellent as Jason Want. Boundary line with John O'Ven.
That's the thing, it's want and need. They've been absolutely fantastic. It's kind of like an interesting phrase, isn't it? Want and need.
No,
that works all right.
Whoa, yeah, that does. Goodness me. So ball in there. Charge versus Rankin. And the ball falls to ground level. We'll probably get another stoppage from this. Oh, no. Kick finds a little bit of space as Raru wrapped up. And there's Delfonso there. Ticking to 28 minutes. It's 44-89 here. Fairpark leading. The kick went forward over the boundary line. Another stoppage in Sylvan's forward line. They've had it down there quite a bit. A few stoppages, but have just not been able to craft anything from it.
And Raru's been exceptional this third quarter. We didn't call him much in that first half, but this has been his quarter.
Indeed. So Sharp was taking the rock contest there against Charge. And we'll find another stoppage. Delfonso picks himself up. His efforts this quarter have not been enough to bring Silvan back to life. Sharp hunts it, and he's just going to take it and run. Huge kick towards the forward line there. Dadswell couldn't quite take the mark. Hands it off to Mitch Need. Has to step around a teammate. Oh, Bissell's just completely outclassed there by Need. Goal on the siren to Fairpark.
Tobin brothers goal of the day.
How good was that by Mitch Need? 14-11-95 Fairpark. 6-9-45. That's Sylvan's score. Three-quarter time has just gone, and
he just burnt Bissell's there. I know we've got go to the goal kickers, but geez, Bissell's, he ran past him and he just sort of threw up the hands. We've got the scores at Fairpark 14-11-95 to Sylvan 6-8-44. And we go to goal kickers if we've got time, Lee. And we've got Figueroa with 2, Walker 1, all singles for Tester, Charge and Turnbull. And then onto the Fairpark side, singles for Horn, Dadswell, 2 for Raru, 2 for Need, 1 for Crowell, 1 for Tobias, 1 for Lees. They're sharing around, and 4 for Rankin.
Thank you very much, Scott, as it's three-quarter time here at Sylvan Recreation Reserve in this Division 3 clash. Repeating the scores, Fairpark 95 to Sylvan 44. We'll return after this break for the final quarter of this of the Eastland Match of the round.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? Broke a finger high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the Eastland Match of the Round. This is Fairpark leading Sylvan 95-45, giving themselves the best shot at getting into finals here. Fairpark. And let's go to Josh Wood in the score centre, in fact.
Well, let's go to Premier Division. First up, a couple of sides running away with the results. Bourne 70-53 Park Orchards. South Croydon 72 to Doncaster 18. East Ringwood 84 to Norwood 28. Doncaster East 52 over Berwick 23. Roval 80 to Blackburn 36. And last check, Noble Park were leading 36-31 against Vermont out there. Into first division.
Vermont in front now, 44-36.
Thank you for that, Ryan. Into first division. Let's in fact cross down boundary side to Brett Beston.
Fairpark coach, understandably pretty happy with that third quarter. What a great, you really answered the call, didn't you?
Sounds like we might be losing Sean a little bit there.
Marked inside forward 50 in what's a pretty challenging day. It's been really good. I think we took 5 marks inside forward 50 that resulted in 2 or 3 goals. So all in all, it's been a really good day so far.
A couple of guys we'll just come over here a little bit, get off the ground. But Mitch Need, I thought, was brilliant, and Raru, absolutely fantastic. Sam Raru in that quarter.
Bit of technical adjustments here from Lee Green to try and make sure that Sean can be heard, but it doesn't sound like we're going to be hearing from Sean anymore, unfortunately. Thank you very much, Besto. However, gents, what do we? We've got more scores in the score centre with Josh.
Just quickly, some first division scores. South Belgrave, the undefeated season, could be there. 86-40 over Croydon. Montrose 74 to Moorbark. 59 out there at Montrose Recreation Reserve.
Thanks very much, Josh. As we're about to get underway, gents, any chance for Sylvan?
No, I don't think so. No, I said just before that I think there's no way Fairpark will lose just with the way they're playing. I expect Sylvan actually might challenge and kick a few goals themselves, but they've had the answers every single time, Fairpark. So looks like we're off to Oakley tonight.
They're not going to
double game.
They're not going to kick 9.
No, they're not. And yes, that's the other thing. It is a 50-point margin.
Let's go boundary side with John O'Ven.
Just really quickly, gents, I spoke to Trent Martin. He said that a right corky's been bothering him all day, so he's not taking part in the rest of this game. More to say in a bit. Back to you guys.
And we've got a tackle there laid on Ficarelli. Church is going for it. Sharp gets the kick away. And it's a one-on-one there. LaMonica, good use of their hands, but just Williams just stole it from him. Could be a goal to Fairpark to open the final quarter. There it is. Fairpark cracked the ton. And 15-11-101 to Sylvan, 9-8-44. Let's go boundary side with Jono.
Based on what Trent was saying to the group, he's basically saying that they need to nail their one-on-ones, and unfortunately hasn't been their best day in terms of that area.
No, it hasn't indeed.
Was Ryan Williams the sub or something? He looked fresh there. He looked like he just come on, just
he's got a lot of
ground.
Fresh, and again another goal under a minute for them. They just start strong. That's exceptional work by Fairpark. 33 seconds that one. That's their quickest for the day.
They're trying to top themselves.
That's it. They're done for the day. So off they go again. But Sylvan trying to get a nice response. They need to build the confidence going into finals. Sylvan will play finals. It's just a way of tonight's game, which way it will go for Fairpark. Well, they've put their best foot forward and put themselves in position to play finals.
Matthew Lowe actually attended that last centre bounce just
to mix it up.
Yeah.
He's not scored today. So again, another one to watch in the goal leaders chase. So plenty in this division still. Fairpark kicking forward. Nice use of the body. Here's that man, the sub. He kicks it on the right. Bouncing ball. Where's it going to go? Goes over the top there. Sylvan just try and clear it through Bonafide. Falling at feet over the far side. Tackling pressure applied there by Kelvy. And we go boundary side with John Event.
Thank you. I know you can't see this, but the Fairpark camp just behind us, they are all smiles at the moment, getting round every single forward 38 entry. Love to see it.
You can definitely hear the crowd thrilled with how they're seeing their side playing as Fairpark 15-11, 101 to Sylvan 6-8, 44, 2 minutes into this final quarter.
Yet another stoppage there on the outer side. Up goes Charge, taps it down. Getting in the way, however, was a Fairpark player. Bumped over. Sylvan thrust forward. Going to ground there to try and find the ball with Strawhair. Landed in a tackle from Church. Got the ball out though. Another tackle laid, however, by Fairpark. They're not letting up the pressure at all. And another ball up. So it's Fairpark 15-11, 101 to Sylvan 6-8, 44. Nearly 3 minutes gone in the final quarter as we have yet another stoppage. And let's go to the score centre with Josh.
Couple of second div scores. Ringwood 65 to Waverley Blues 45 and East Burwood 50 to Upper Ferntree Gully 30.
Okay, so it could be an upset there out at Jubilee. Ringwood finishing off the season strong as we'll have another ball in.
And also, just quickly, Premier Division 3 quarter time at Seabeck Oval, Roval 98 to 49 Blackburn.
So it could be the Burners season just about over there. So they need to challenge Rowville to take Noble Park's spot. The boundary umpire is going to want that one back. So we'll have another boundary throw in. Sylvan Stars just haven't really been firing. I find it interesting that they have pushed low up the ground. He's standing sort of like in a wingman position there. So forward they go. Charging out with Steiniger. He lost a handle on it. Oh, huge crunching tackle on Williams. D'Alfonso was the man who laid it. Ends up in another stoppage.
That's one way to slow him down.
Yeah. Indeed. Up they go. Cowan gets the tap down. And just trying to endure the pressure here, Sylvan. Coming out with it was Raru. That was impressive. Kicks it to a one-on-one situation, although it's Bent who will nearly be the first to get to it. Lowe controlled it, however. Kicks it towards Cardamone, but Want was there. Turnbull, he's going to have to tap it along, and that's holding the man. They should take advantage. I thought they might have taken advantage there, Sylvan, but they'll take the unimpeded kick instead through Darcy Turnbull. And his kick was a little pedestrian there, went over the head of Bent. Coventry kicks it into space. Throwing himself at it was Tester. And trip called on Tester there, so he'll go for goal.
Looking to clear out for Fairpark. Comes this Coventry side. Good attempt at ranking there. Through hands. Good attacking pressure. Raru hands it off to the running player in need. Kick on the boot. Where's it going to fall? It's going to fall out the back. Foot race on for Dadswell. Can he pick it up clean? He can. Snaps it on the right. Bouncing ball. Oh, and spoiled at the line. LaMonica. Brilliant defence there by Sylvan. It was going to be a goal. Great kick there by Dadswell. So we get just the minus score there. Fairpark 15-12, 102 leads Sylvan 6-9-45 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. We played 6 minutes into this last quarter. So Sylvan kicking in centre, dangerous kickback, strong mark there by Dixon. So slows up the play, now takes it on, kicks, goes into Sylvan's forward line. Fairpark attack it in front, now through the boot, bouncing ball, good attacking pressure there through Sylvan, through Bonafide, but he's taken with a good tackling pressure, just throws it on the boot. Sylvan got the numbers out here in low, good mark, but too far out to score. Even on a 38, kicks a good kick in the centre, but cut off by Fairpark down back. Now that's a bouncing ball back to the Martin, just trying to find the number 10. He had the jumper change earlier on. Kicks on the left, but ugly kick. Where's it going to go? And possibly go out. A bounce across boundary side of John O'Ben.
He's raring to go down forward. He's had a chat to the Fairpark camp behind him. And watch them go off if something happens down Fairpark's end, I reckon.
So the tap down went straight to low, and he kicked it. It was nearly cut off by Want. Couldn't quite handle the mark. Enduring the tackle really well was Cardamone. Swings onto the right. The man back there was Heyman. Slipped. The ball slipped out of his hands. He was tackled. Ball goes over the line. 1 point Sylvan.
Scored centre with Josh Ward.
Couple of second div scores. Mulgrave coming back 54-75 against Boronia. Templestowe 16 to Heathmont 50.
So back into play here for Mulgrave. Coming across and punching it over the line was Calvi, and the ball's going to disappear now. It's just gone down that steep embankment.
Have to turn the lights on to see out the back there. It's starting to get a little bit dark overhead again. So the sun's disappeared and down he goes. Down the escalator Dixon goes. So just wait for him to come back. We've played 8 minutes into this last quarter. Fairpark 15-12, 102 to Sylvan 6-10, 46. So just a bit of a lull, and Spike's been taken out of it at the moment. Obviously Fairpark happy with the victory, which will be.
Matthew Lowe's got a lot of space out here if the ball's able to get over the back.
Yeah, he does. He finally gets a player to join him, and where he goes from there, but it's just kicked out into the far side, and we go back where we were, and we go score centre with Josh Ward.
Third division, Whitehall's coming back 61-78 against Furniture Gully in fourth division. Surrey Park 69 to Kilsyth 21.
I detected a little bit of smugness there. You might be hiding it, but I still detect it.
They've kept Kilsyth to 2 goals. 2 goals, 9.
There it is. There's the overt smugness.
There we go. Just a little too much.
I'm waiting for that.
Was it the smile?
Well done, Josh.
Was it the tone of my voice?
Really pepped it up in your step at the moment.
Charge pumps it forward there from the ruck. Ficcarelli hunting it. It's not really been given the space that he's needed today. Over the boundary side, on the other side of the ground this time. In Sylvan's forward line. 9.5 minutes gone in this final quarter. Charge just disposes of his opponent that time. But the kick along the ground comes out from Fairpark. Charging up to meet it was Dadswell. It clean bowled him. Waiting out the back was Steinigan. He's just going to torp it. Oh, it goes to the barrel. We love to see it into the forward line. But it's going to be yet another boundary throw in, literally where it was just before.
So we just wait for the throw in. And Charge in front, just a slight tap down. Tackling pressure applied there through Walden. Didn't call his name too much, but good tackle there. Fairpark just trying to push it forward low, picks it up, hands through. Raru gets it again. Can he get through traffic? He does, finds the spare player, and Fairpark out. Foot race on here with Dadswell. Goes against Steiniger. Dadswell wins out. Can he find the player over the top? Nice layup kick. Good attacking pressure there through Fairpark. Now Sylvan just need to get it out. Gets it on the boot. Good mark there through Bissell's. No, it goes through his hands. Hands on the far side, further out, just in front of the scoreboard. Fairpark trying to get back in the forward line. They've got Raru spare in the centre. Ignores him, just kicks it on the right. Swings around Rankin, can't pick it up clean. Falls at the back. Good tackle. That's possibly could be holding the ball as Top applied it. Cleared out by Owen. just throws it on the boot, and that'll be out on the full, so it'll be a Fairpark kick. They'll be going for a goal here through Tobias. Ethan Tobias has kicked one already today. This one's a lot tougher. Deep in the pocket as rain starts to fall again. Down here at Sylvan Recreation Reserve. Tobias on a really tight angle. 30 metres in, kicks on the right. Where's it going to go? No, just the minus score as we wait for the ball to trickle down.
I've just noticed Ben Oakley's gone back onto the field. I'm not sure if he has been back on since crashing into the fence and sustaining a potential shoulder injury, but it looks like that's all good. Oh, was it hip, was it, Lee? That's thank you very much. So back inside play goes Sylvan. Charge came from behind there, couldn't quite take it. Cowan just waited out the back for the ball to get to him. Bit of a falcon there. Oh no, Heyman's gone down. It looks like he's in pain. It's fallen for Walden there. Kicks it forwards for Fairpark. Great use of the body there by Allison to take the mark. Gets it to Need, gets it to Raru. Going to step around a player, handball it off. Oakley just couldn't quite take it there. He's just going to try and one-hand it to his own advantage, but Sylvan applying the pressure here. Comes to Dixon, tight roping the boundary line with that kick. Surely it goes over. No, stopped from going over there by Pierce. So back it comes for Fairpark, crashing through. That was a good stuff there by Tobias, but couldn't do much with it. Delfonso's there, scooped up by Fairpark. I think it might have been Top there. Or, Horn. No, it was Tobias. So ball up. And let's go to the score centre, stat centre with Paul Yaconi.
The tackles in this last quarter are 7-6 the way of Fairpark.
So Heyman's got a bit of a decision to make, and he leaves it up to fate essentially with that high up and under. And Want takes the mark because he's read the ball so well today. Jason Want gets it back to Heyman, says have a bit of a cleaner kick, and into the centre. It's Allison, now to Horn. They're out here, Fairpark, if Raru has anything to say about it. His kick goes inside forward 50. Bounces off from Steiniger, picked up by Lowe, kicks it forward, bit of a tumbler. Out the back was Simpson, but out even further back was Want. Gives it to Allison, and he was tackled holding the ball. So well done, Ficcarelli. Still applying pressure, still trying to work his way back into the game.
Showed him the scoreboard.
Yeah, showed them the scoreboard. But, it's a win, but you've got to get there to the finals.
Indeed. Well, it'd be interesting if they do actually meet up in the elimination final, if Warrandyte do them a favour tonight.
Simpson goes forward. His kick was always going to be cut off by Heyman, but it slipped through his hands. And it comes out to the back to Brad Need. Tumbling ball forwards. LaMonica couldn't quite take the intercept. Simpson taken head high there. The umpire was blindsided. Fighting for it at ground level was Need and LaMonica. And let's go to the boundary line with John O'Van.
Just a quick one. Nicholas Macenti appears to have an ice shoulder, so he's done.
Ooh.
Oh, thank you. It's disappointing.
He was really good early, was Nick Macenti.
Hopefully not a injury that he may miss. We could go boundary side, John O'Van. Macenti.
You did.
Spot on, A+.
We've called his name a lot, but in varying iterations.
Some varied more than others. And we kick it out onto the far sides through Pierce. He's been really good down back. Hands, he possibly can get it back out. He runs to space. He should have been given that kick through Want, but he just throws it on the boot, goes to the far side. Oakley kicks it, picks it up through Hands. Chasing ball, good tackling pressure there through Sylvan, but Fairpark just put it on the boot. Dadswell, foot race again. And we go boundary side with Brett Beston.
We just saw Sam Raru come off. He looks absolutely spent, but he's had a colossal game, particularly that third term. And in other news, the rain is back and it's very dark out here now at Sylvan.
It is indeed. I don't know if they put on the lights down here. We've got 15 minutes played into this last quarter. So still some rain to come, no doubt. Sylvan just trying to clear here. Kick on the boot, but again, Fairpark got the numbers. They've had it all day through here, and they've still got numbers present. Just the hands off there from Church. Just a nice kick. Good ball, well presented. Williams, the super sub, but it goes through his hands. Trickles out. Tries to pick up Sharp, and free kick awarded to Sharp. Called his name a fair bit as well through that middle of the ground. throws on the boot. Nice kick. Where's attacking? Falls out the back. Sylvan, though, just throw it on the boot. Steininger kicks it out for the far side, but only to the Fairpark player. They push it back in. Charge, though, in front for Sylvan. And just slows it down and trying to find his options to get out of this Fairpark forward line. Ficarelli in front, falls overhead. Well done, Ficarelli used that size, kicked it to his teammate Calvi. Calvi throws it on the boot, but who to? Because there's no one there. And don't tell me that's gone. That is over the back.
Cooper Heyman just turns around in exasperation and says, I'm not getting it.
Yeah.
Just a quick one, and I've actually been quite quiet because I've been working out the little statistics and stuff. Just if there is a draw tonight, this percentage boost actually puts Fairpark in a good position. So a draw would be enough because their percentage now jumps to 93% at this current stage, and Oakley's at 88 at the moment. So a draw, they make it. Win, they make it. But then a win for Warrandyte, and then a loss to Warrandyte. A win to Oakley will rule them out as you're watching.
Sorry, it's
down
just
there.
Heyman's he's saying, I'm not getting it. Sylvan's Tyson Bessel says, well, I'll go get it. Heyman's arguing that it's out on the full or not out on the full, but yeah, it's comical down there, and he's waiting, and he's going to get it back. If it was the Sylvan player, to throw it in the opposite direction.
I don't know if Cooper Heyman's going to get an invite back to Sylvan Recreation Reserve anytime soon.
He's looking around disappointed, like, what's taking so long? I'll tell you what's taking so long, Cooper. You didn't go over the fence. You didn't want the ball, so now we're waiting.
I was going to ask this about 5 minutes ago, but I'll ask it now.
Good
How
time.
have you seen that ruck battle?
It's been intriguing, hasn't it? I think Chargers hit the ascendancy during the last sort of from quarter time, I reckon. It's just the inside mids haven't been working out for Sylvan.
Yeah, they haven't really taken advantage of those hit outs, have they?
No. So Heyman just throws on a boot. Didn't even say thank you when he got the ball back. Rude. Kicks it out on the far side. So Fairpark just pushing forward. Dadswell again. He's had a nice fourth quarter. Tries to centre it, but cut off there through Coventry for Sylvan. Justin looks, just throws it on the boot. Bit of an up and under again. Fairpark just got numbers all day. And again, kick to this Coventry side through Church. Just spoils it out of his hands. Tries to find the running player, but there's no running player going by. So Simpson just grabs it. The umpire says, it'll be mine.
Another ball up here. Fairpark 15-13, 103 will end up beating Sylvan there at 6:10:46. 18 and a half minutes gone in this final quarter. Sharp got the clearance, and scrubby ball towards Mitch Need, endures the tackle, hands it off to Horn, wants it back, but Horn says no, I'll check side it on the right, and hit up a man in the goal square. And that man is, no, it's not Crowell, it's going to be James Top. And John O'Van called it at the start of the quarter. James Top slams it through into the car park. Goal to Fairpark once again. That's their 16th of the day.
He's called it back.
It's been called back. Oh, he might need a... I think he just didn't go behind his mark or something along those lines.
Yeah.
John O'Van.
The people behind me's reaction will be absolutely everything after this one. Perhaps just a bit of a delayed celebration, but this is a very, very interesting thing we're about to see here, I reckon, behind me. So keep an eye on this one. Here we go.
He's got to kick it now because I've already written it down.
It cost me before.
Well, the Moz is on you, Dylan Smith, if he misses, and I'll just let everybody know behind me as well. So that's great.
Where's the ball? Well,
here it comes.
There we go.
Hey.
Good Samaritan there. Probably not a relation to Cooper Heyman, who got the ball back there. So James Top, he's got a bit more of an angle to negotiate than I think he had anticipated initially. But he comes in on the left, and he's kicked it indeed. And the Fairpark crew get around him. James Top.
Good lad.
Celebration. That has to be his first goal on the senior side. That's what I'm reading from this reaction.
Or it could be because I wrote it down.
Yeah. So Fairpark now, they move to 16-13, 109. Sylvan 6:10:46. We've ticked into time on in this final quarter, and Fairpark are really making a case for why they should be finals bound.
It's taken a while, taken nearly 20 minutes for that score between that first one and now. So Ruckbottle's got nice tap by Charge, big fist. Now can they use it? Go boundary side.
Just confirmation that was James Topp's first goal.
Thank you very much. And get around the lad. So kick, overhands on the boot, just throws it. Probably had a bit more time there, Ben, but he just threw it out and went out on the full. So Aaron Lamonica, no, it goes behind, sorry, my bad. So it's that man who doesn't have the fluoro. Get that man a fluoro. And kicks out. Through hands. Nice there by Church just to kick it. And that's out on the full. So a few tied boys at the moment. And we've played 21 minutes in this last quarter. Fairpark 16-14, 110. Sylvan 6-10, 46.
LaMonica to kick it back in for Sylvan. Simpson the target. Spilled out of his hands. And away it goes over the boundary line. One of the ins today, Simpson. Haven't caught his name all that much. Hasn't been able to work his way into the game, but I think a lot of that can be said for a lot of Sylvan players out here. Hunting it for it is Massimo Testa at ground level. Couldn't take it cleanly. Got it up to Delfonso, but his handball was a bit skew if Williams ended up with it, and Testa tackles him over the line. Boundary throw in. Bit of push and shove there. Not so much feeling in it at the moment, though. Cowan just about got the top, but Delfonso got it forward. Once again, though, Fairpark will rebound through Bent and Church, and now it's going to be Pearce. Good little chip into the corridor there. Allison spilt it. Horn was there to make sure it was not a Sylvan ball. Allison and Horn fighting for it again. Just stepping around a man and trying to fight some space. That was well done, but he was under pressure. The handball now came to Strawhair, and Ficcarelli takes a good diving mark.
Great mark.
Did anyone hear a whistle on that one? Maybe that's just me, but Ficcarelli kicked it inside forward 50. And Fairpark will mop up once again through Brad Need. Kicks it over the top of a few players' heads there. Steiniger tackled by Lees. It's now, Rankin just about knocked off the ball there by the 150 gamer Bonfadini. And we'll get another throw in there just around near Fairpark's interchange bench.
Guys, if we go back to their round 4 clash, Sylvan won that game by 63 points, and Fairpark now lead this one by 64.
Oh, that's excellent.
How many goals did they kick that day, Dill?
Fairpark only kicked 4 goals, and Sylvan 14.
And they had that 15 minutes into this contest, so it's surprised me just their high scoring and the ability to score, and I know it's a smaller ground, so
it's a huge turnaround from their first half of the season where they really struggled to score.
And I don't know if we covered it as well. Fairpark average over the last 5 games been 67.8 points, so they've smashed it. Smashed it. And here they go again. Stats Centre with Paul Laconi.
The inside 50s count for the game is 49-40 in favour of Fairpark.
Okay. Did you say 49-40? Did you, Paul?
Yeah, for the game.
Okay, so Sylvan just haven't found their way, and it's been probably due to Fairpark's defence that's kept them well and truly alive into the finals race. So falling rain continues. Sylvan still playing, still looking for that score. Just can't find it, and definitely there's been no delay or no sort of easing. There's tackles applied. Ficcarelli tries to apply that tackle through Horn. Horn applies his own tackle, big tackle. And it's a throw. So good tackle by Tom Horn. And feeling it is Dixon at the bottom there. So spare player on the far side. It's centre. Kicks through. That's Pearce. Where does it go from here? Top again. Falls at the feet. Umpire pays it the other way. And the crowd wanted James Top for his second, but couldn't be. So we played 25 minutes in this last quarter.
This has to be one of Fairpark's best wins in quite some time as well. By the margin and the way they've played this afternoon.
Yep.
In the last couple of years, it's really probably since their premiership.
It might be their best win since that 1-point victory over Ferntree Gully in round 1 last year.
Yeah, and you couldn't end the season any better performance-wise than this for them.
And like Sean said, like the year ahead, you know, for next year, whatever happens this year, like they've got really good sort of facilities coming their way. We'll build to, you know, get the players on board. And if you're playing good footy like this, then you want to play with them. As we continue, good hands for the running player in Need. Need kicks out. Good mark. Played on. I thought it was far enough, but umpire says no. Tries to hand it through. Good pressure there through Need again. He's had a lot of it. Pearce just kicks it on the boot. Bouncing ball, Dadswell. Taps around. Tries to take on. Throws it on the right boot. Where's it going to bounce? Oh, he's got it! If you don't mind. Exceptional football. Come down and play at Fairpark. So Ben Dadswell kicks the goal.
You on the payroll.
Well, just you love to see it, and I don't mind the ground. It's in walking distance. So we go Bendigo Bank scoreboard, 17, Fairpark 17-14, 116 to Sylvan 6-10, 46. Played 26 minutes. I just think it's good footy to watch.
You'll be playing there next year if you...
Oh, look, let us know, anyone listening. But no, probably not. They don't need numbers. They've got enough going on at the moment. So tap down.
Back into the centre it was, and Cowan tapped it down. Handball out to the running player. This is Banto. He just wades his way through. I've added about 5 of them, and it all came unstuck when he kicked it straight to Bonfadini.
Saw 3 Sylvan players just point the finger there to tackle him, and no one went.
No. Jay Rankin goes up, spilled it. Williams kicks it inside forward 50 once again for Fairpark. Spills into the pocket. Over the line. Tyson Bissell needs a bit of a hand there by Turnbull, but he looks all right. The boundary riders will. They had a good look at it, and it doesn't look like anything's amiss. So, bit of a jab there from the ruck contest by Strawhair. Oakley is going to try and track it, but it's bouncing around there. Very scrappy. Crashing in goes Rankin. Another ball up. 28 minutes gone just about here at Sylvan Recreation Reserve as we're going to end the game in a bit of rain. Up we go again. Rankin just taps it right down. There was Dadswell, but scooped up by Sylvan. Handball it out. Oh, Rankin just got in the way of that. Kicks it towards Crowell, but no, instead, nearly a mark taken there for Fairpark. Not quite. Sylvan will rebound. Cardamone versus Bent, and now versus the boundary line once more. It can't be understated how well Fairpark's defences performed today. There might be a few names there that we haven't mentioned as much, such as Bent and Church, that have just set up well and covered their men really nicely. So Rankin gets the handball away. There is Church. High ball. Seiniger was the one under it. Dadswell nearly took it, but there's the siren. Fairpark have won it. 17-14, 116 to Sylvan, 6-10, 46. Fairpark have made a statement here in round 18. They really are the last round specialists, aren't they? And they have made their case to be a finals contender to potentially play Sylvan once again next week. And we're all waiting for the Oakley Districts versus Warrandyte match later this evening to see whether or not that's going to be the case.
Take the van down there. Let's head down to Princess Highway Reserve.
It's exceptional, and you know, they've put themselves in position. Yeah, sure, through the season they probably would have liked a few other results to go their way, that it doesn't come down to the last round. But when it is in the cards against you, this is your best effort. And like Ryan said, the percentage, huge percentage.
And that's all they can do. They did their part. They've lived up to their bargain, and now they're relying on Warrandyte to pull off a bit of an upset. But still raining. Night game, you never know. It might be one of those close, tight ones. So we'll certainly have at least someone down there to keep an eye on that tonight. A massive game ahead. And, I mean, it's just a fantastic result for the Lions. And even if they don't play finals, as Sean said in the pre-game, sets themselves up for the future in next year as we go boundary side to Brett Beston.
Guys, Fairpark have had one of their best wins and one of their best players. I thought he was absolutely fantastic today. Mitch Need. Mitch, well done. What a great victory. Really a big one for the club.
Yeah, we've been battling pretty hard. I feel like we're just hitting our straps now, which is a bit of a shame coming late into the season. But, yeah, good to get a win. Pretty bad conditions out here, but, yeah, good fun with these boys.
Indeed, you had that great start in the first quarter. They came back at you a couple of times throughout the match, but really from about three-quarter time, you pretty much had the game on your own term.
Yeah, we spoke about it during the week at training. If we start well, which we did last week against Oakley, it just sets us up for the whole game. So often we're chasing tail, and then coming home in the last quarter. But yeah, good start by the boys.
Yeah, a lot of the footy today, and you set up a lot of the play, but some good performances down back. I thought the likes of Wanton and the backmen, they were really good, and they just repelled all their charges, didn't they?
Yeah, mate, it's good to have Wanty back. I played a couple of years with him when he was first down at the club, and then obviously went away for a bit. But yeah, I'll shout out my brother as well, Brad. He's been playing forward. But it's good to have him back, playing on one of the key forwards in the comp, and I thought he did a pretty good job.
And the big boy, Jay Rankin, the young guy, he had a pretty good day, 4 goals.
Yeah, we've got an ongoing joke around the club that I call him my son. He calls me dad, so I always love playing with him, so it's good fun.
Boys up in the box, have you got some questions?
G'day Mitch, Jared here. Well done on the game, congratulations. Great play as well on your part. Just having a look at the round 4 score back here out Sylvan earlier in the year. It was a 63-point victory for Sylvan. This is a huge turnaround. Do you think it's something that has been progressing throughout your season, or a new game plan that you brought to deal with Sylvan on this small ground, or what do you reckon you put it down to?
Yeah, like I said, we're just hitting our straps now, which, as I said, is a shame because we're playing some really good footy. And I didn't play in that game, so that's probably the 60-point difference that was in the case.
You love to hear it. And yeah, just on the defence there, I think I was really impressed by how your back six held up. Who do you want to shout out other than your own brother who stepped up and really made a difference down there?
I'll be honest, I didn't even look who plays in the back line. I just worry about getting forward to the footy, so that's fine. No, I'm just kidding. I will give a shout out to all my ball bros out here. There's 4 of them in this team, I think, which is good fun. I'll give a shout out to Slav as well.
Well, some of the boys are waiting for you. The rain's pouring.
Yeah, I'm getting the hurry.
Yeah, we'll let you go. Thank you very much for your time, and congratulations on the win and keeping finals alive.
Cheers, guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Brett Beston down there for getting that interview with Mitch Need as Fairpark just coming off the ground. Gents, I think the question that's burning in my mind is, does this mean Fairpark will go in favourites if they play Sylvan in an elimination final?
Well, I mean, they've got certainly a case for it. They are the informed side at the moment, and I mean, it'll be very interesting to see how they match up if that's the final. Obviously, they're going to wait for tonight's results, but different ground as well, Jubilee Park, so it's a totally different game. You would think Sylvan would probably come in with a different mindset as well, knowing that today it didn't really matter for them, and I don't think even if they did, they would have won today. As you look at the margin, 46 to 116, so it doesn't matter. Fairpark were by far the better side, but I think it's just a totally different game if that happens to be the matchup.
It didn't feel like an 11-goal margin at the same time today as well. I thought Sylvan, in some of the contest work, they were actually pretty equal with them.
Yeah.
But there were just some key parts of the game, and I think the parts of the game with ball use and that sort of thing, and just defending turnover and those sorts of things, I think Sylvan could probably fix that up going into another contest.
I think one of the key stats that Paul said about the inside 50s are basically nearly the same, and it's just that Fairpark has stood up and played exceptionally well in their defence, which probably hasn't been around for some of their games throughout the season. It just felt like it was a different side.
There was a level of organisation that was on another level in that performance for Fairpark.
Yeah, and I mean, you look at that first quarter, the way they moved that ball from the back half.
Yeah.
We get the song in.
I think the mic's cut out. Do we want to sing it? I like the addition of the and the yellow at the end. So we'll quickly go to a break here as we tick towards the post-match show. Thank you very much for listening to the Game of the Round here on 98 Eastern FM, 98.1 Eastern FM, and the Facebook and YouTube streams will be back shortly after this break.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, Looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the Eastland Match of the Round. It's full time here at Sylvan Recreation Reserve in this Division 3 clash. Sylvan have lost it 6-10-46 to Fairpark 17-14, 116. As they march towards a potential finals berth. We're just waiting on that score from Oakley versus Warrandyte, which will
6 p.m. tonight.
Occur at 6 p.m. tonight. Thank you, Ryan.
It's a long wait.
And so it looks like we've been discussing our votes during that ad break, and maybe now's the time to pull them out, see who stacks up.
Jot them down. I'll keep score. I can't let the media manager do it. So
why is that?
Go for it. Yeah, I knew you would. So I went 3 for Rankin, 2 for Want, and 1 for Raru.
Yep, and I've got 3 for Want, 2 for Mitch Need, and 1 for Sam Raru. Are we going too fast for you here, Scott?
Yes, very much so. I can't even get my own down. So that's how good we're going. So yep, we're continuing, so let's go.
Well, I thought Jason Want was just excellent reading the ball so well in the defensive line, and I think Fairpark's defence was probably their strength today, just given how many inside 50s Sylvan did have and how they were able to just hold them so scoreless throughout a lot of the day.
I did the same, so I went 3 to Want, and for that reason, the fact that their defence was so good. I know they did kick 16 or 17 goals themselves, but just that defence held up so well, and he was a big part of that and getting out the other way for the attack as well.
Yep.
Who was your 2 and your 1? I like your slow delivery though.
Yeah, that was good. Mitch Need for 2.
Yep.
He was just a target for them all day up forward, and Raru as my 1.
Yep.
Who was just good in the contest.
Yep.
Yes, my 3 votes. I've actually gone Mitch Need for the 3 votes. 2 to Sam Raru. I thought he was similar to what you said. I thought he was really important for them. And then 1 to Jason Want. There was actually quite a few players that I could have included in there. They had a real team performance today, and even Rankin, who's ended up kicking 4 goals. Yep. I've probably forgotten about him in the second half, but first half set it up really well too. Paul?
Yeah, I'm going to give my 3 votes to Mitch Need, who he went really well. 2 votes to Sam Raru, really good in the contest, and 1 vote to Jay Rankin, who played really well, kicking 4 goals.
Thank you very much, Paul. Do we have any other votes from
If we don't, that'll be good because we probably have a winner, but otherwise it's getting tight.
Okay, let's call it.
Yeah, just to make sure that I've got it right. Yes, I do want... Oh, sorry. Oh, Besto, don't tell me.
We've got Brett Beston down here on boundary level with Sam Araru from Fairpark.
Thanks, boys. Yeah, Sammy was absolutely fantastic. Had a colossal third quarter. That's a great victory for you guys. And I know you can only sit back and cheer on Warrandyte tonight.
But great complete performance, and we always knew we could play that type of footy, so it was good to put 4 quarters together. Either way it goes, at least we finish on a high.
Yeah, great victory for you guys. I'll tell you a little secret. We pretty much all wrote you off because we thought coming out here it'd be pretty tough to win at Sylvan, but he came out of the gates, he got that quick start, and you never really looked back.
Yeah, well, we know it's a bit of a fortress for Sylvan, but yeah, we knew that we had the belief. We know we needed to start well and just put that scoreboard pressure on, which we did. So, great effort from the boys.
Boys upstairs, you got some questions?
I'll start it. Thank you very much. Congratulations, great win. Your coach spoke highly, actually, of you in pre-game, which you'll be able to hear on replay if you like. And being a man that's being interviewed with his shirt off, I bet you wouldn't mind hearing it. But
I didn't know if there was just got to be audio. Or probably would have chucked the top on.
But congratulations. And what do you sort of take that performance up to today? And obviously you've been building because your coach has noticed you on the field anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, it would have been nice to find a bit of form a bit earlier, but we've always been building throughout the year, and we've gelled probably at the right time, but a little bit late. But I guess we take out of it is that we can compete with the top of the ladder, and like I said, whatever happens from here, as long as we keep building into next year, who knows?
Yeah, Sam, your defence has been good all season, but I've noticed in the last 5 or 6 weeks you've been able to really score yourself. What have you done? Have you sort of done that at training and worked through it, and how have you been able to put the goals on the board?
Yeah, I guess just we always knew that we were pretty strong from contest, but it was more how we were exiting, trying to be a bit cleaner, try and use a bit more hit-ups, and they're kicking too long like we had been. So I think it's just more just how we use the ball after we win it, which has sort of been how we've sort of tried to turn it around for us.
And the way you've been, obviously, as everyone has said, the way you finished the season, it's one of the informed sides in Division 3, and you've given yourself a real crack, but it's also a lot of, with no promotion this year, a lot of sides have looked at it as a bit of a 2-year block, so it really puts you in a good position, even if you don't play finals this year, to set yourself up for a big 2024.
Yeah, absolutely it does. Like I said, we're building all year, and whether it continues on for another week, we'll have to wait and see, but yeah, definitely building for a big 24.
Are you making the trip out there tonight to Oakley, or you watch from home?
I think we might just gel together down at the club and just get the updated score. Hopefully, Warrandyte can get up.
Sam, Jared here. Obviously, you're a recruit to Fairpark this year. I'd like you to talk about just some of the culture, because Fairpark's not a club that we've covered often here on the media team, so it's always interesting to sort of like get a bit of a new perspective on clubs that we haven't seen too often.
Yeah, well, I think it's the closer you are off field, sort of the better you tend to play on field, and I thought coming in it was pretty evident that it was a pretty close, tight-knit culture, and I just felt like I gelled straight in, which was good. So love being around the boys, and like I said, close off field, we tend to play better on field, which is how we're playing at the moment.
It's pretty cold out here, boys.
It's
pretty chilly. Thanks, boys. I appreciate it.
Thanks very much, Sam. And thanks to Brett on the boundary line once again with the interview for us. So we're going to be looking at a goal of the day, Tobin Brothers goal of the day.
We didn't actually say who won the best time. So it was Jason Want just in front of Need. So Want takes the chocolates.
Want usually does win out over Need, doesn't it?
Very good play on words there, Jared. Tobin Brothers goal of the day. Have we? Now there were quite a few, and we go back. Even the Lees one early on was pretty good, and then obviously there's a few others. Josh had one.
I think there was the fourth quarter from Ben Dadswell. I think it was in the pocket.
Yeah. So, do we have a vote on this one?
I honestly can't remember.
I put a couple of asterisks next to some of the names. Jordan Lees was one of them, obviously. Dadswell and Ficarelli as well down at this end to the left of screen.
I think Lee's was a pretty good goal, just in the goal square off the ground. Yeah, slip sliding away. So
Lees we're going with. Lees we're going with, and that will take our awards and as it sits on the desk, but. It's been an exceptional game down here today, and look at our many managers losing focus. Probably put that under the bench, I would say. But anywho, it's been a great game and something that we'll look forward to. Obviously, seeing for finals and everything like that. Obviously, being last, game of the round. It's all game. Heading into finals as the last weekend of footy, it's lived up to the hype.
Scotty, we've been looked after well. We're still not out there. Already waiting to come in and the open fire inside. I'm coming here again next year, I reckon.
They've welcomed us, truly, and they've obviously got a good feel around the club. And disappointing for the loss, but I sort of don't feel like it was it's all doom and gloom because they're obviously playing finals.
No, well that's the thing, and I was really impressed with Fairpark today, but I'm still even then if they do make it. Sylvan still they've been the better side this year.
Yeah, we can't underestimate them on that performance.
Yeah, and that first quarter they looked really flat, and it looked like a side that just was pretty complacent with where they were sitting, and Fairpark were just phenomenal. And when you have that sort of maybe that attitude, obviously they wouldn't have come during the week and said, oh, well, we don't care. But sometimes in the back of your mind, you might not be playing to your full extent.
I'm actually not worried about Sylvan at all. And if you look at their profile, the way that they score, the way that they defend, all of the key metrics, they have a really good profile. And they've been the best side outside of Don Vale and Ferntree Gully. So, if you want to judge it on that, they've been the next side. And I can't see them, not doing well and playing well into finals.
They'll bring it for the finals, that's for sure.
But they need to lift because that performance obviously doesn't match what they've done sort of throughout the year and years gone by. But, credit again to Fairpark and not selling anything away. Sean obviously spoke pre-game and he said that, this was one of the closest to the full side that they were going to get through the year, and that's a promising fact that, they're still missing a few players here and there, but to deliver that result, whether, Sylvan came in with mindset on a different path, it's still great result.
Anybody giving Warrandyte a sniff tonight?
I actually will with the weather. I mean, you never know. Night games are usually a bit lower scoring.
We talked about that before the game. We said maybe the conditions could be a bit of a leveler, but wouldn't it be a fairy tale if?
It would be incredible, and it would be heartbreaking for Oakley District. And I actually feel I'm torn because I love Fairpark and I love what they've been able to do, watching them in the last couple of years. But then I really do love Oakley District as well, and what they've come from last season, not winning a game to being in the 4 all season. Imagine that falling out last round.
To put a dampener on it for Fairpark, if they aren't able to get in and Warrandyte can't get the job done, where do you think it's been lost for them this season? What's the performances?
The 2 Coldstream losses.
Yeah, they're the killers.
Yep.
Yeah, the 2 games
really needed to
only kicked the 3 goals, I think, against Coldstream at home.
They had some really low-scoring games in the first half of the season.
Yep.
It's just that, that inconsistency probably that's plagued them sort of throughout the year. And, again, you look at today's game and you think, wow, they've got something to really build on and deliver, for their community.
Do we want some scores from around the ground?
Yes.
Just quickly. Let's
not start with Surrey Park.
No, we'll start at the top. We'll work our way down.
So we're ending with Surrey Park.
We're ending with the best result.
Surrey Park won. That's it. We've already gone.
Okay. All right. Surrey Park have won. Surrey Park have won.
Don't sing the theme song, please.
And is it important because they do finish second, so they will play Kilsyth?
And Chirnside Park did get the win as well against Nuttall-Wadding and Grant Stevens' 300th game. So, they do play. So, it's Surrey, Kilsyth, Chirnside Park, Scoresby in the 4th Division Finals. Let's go to the top. We've got some final scores from the Premier Division. Baldwin 14-7-91, defeating Park Orchards 8-13-61. The Sharks of Park Orchards now drop into the relegation zone because South Croydon 19-10, 124 are leading. Or not too sure if this is the final score. They lead Doncaster for 8-32, so they've got the job done there.
Surprises here.
East Ringwood, final score from out there, 15-15, 105 to 6-5-41 against Norwood. So get some revenge from earlier in the season. Not confirmed, but Doncaster East 10-12, 72 to Berwick 5-9. 39. We've got a final score from out at Seabeck Oval. We had our guy Ray Baird out there. 19-9, 123 Roval to Blackburn, 9-10, 64. But there's still a glimmer of hope for Blackburn to be playing finals because Vermont were able to run over the top of Noble Park, 8-11, 59 to 5-10, 40 out there at Vermont Recreation Reserve. So that's...
Brett's making a face.
Where does that leave us with the ladder?
I think that means Noble Park still sit in 6th. Blackburn will probably sit in 7th, and Doncaster East now move a game clear in 5th. So I think that's Doncaster East final spot probably locked in. They play Vermont next week, so it's probably...
Jeez, they were lucky because they almost blew it last week. I mean, they were probably a long shot to get bumped out anyway, but it wasn't a good loss for them last week, but they'll be a bit happier tonight.
They will be into First Division. No updates from Bayswater and Mitcham. The last score check there, 3-4-22 Bayswater to Mitcham 1-5-11. I think that might have been early on in the contest.
Is Bayswater going to be a bit of a, let's say Oakley District's win. Is Bayswater and Fairpark, are we lumping them in together? It's finishing off the season strong and just missing out because of other results.
The only difference is Bayswater only did it once they knew they were out.
Yeah, that's true. Fairpark has been in the hunt for a spot, and we've been really looked up.
Oh, I've never seen anything like this.
This is
the spread. Does this only come on like the last match, or is this every game that we come up here? Because
this is first
tell you,
class,
it's taken you how long to get up here?
I
right?
only started in this job this year, so
The powers
taking him 18 rounds.
The powers
it's too long.
Sure, we can't get a final moved up here.
The powers.
Finals tomorrow. We have finals tomorrow as well.
Brett's dropping the mic and he's just walking straight away. Unbelievable.
We are on camera still.
You can see which one of the seagulls over there to our left.
Well, let's go. Continue on in First Division. No update from Croydon Oval. Beaconsfield, they were able to defeat Lilydale 78-38. At Quamby Reserve as well, Wanturna South. They got their second win in the second half of the year, 67-51 over North Ringwood. The Saints kicked 6 goals, 15, and Wanturna South 9 goals, 13.
Wanturna South beat North Ringwood.
Yep.
Well, isn't North Ringwood lucky that Bayswater completely slapped Wanturna South?
Try and make a read on that form.
Too late.
Try and read Wanturna South. Montrose 13-7, 85 to Moorbark 9-8, 62. I'm not too sure if that's a final score. It's trying to think it's the thumbs down there. Second Division, the Basin, I think this is a final score, 15-15, 105 to Knox 6-11, 47. So farewelling Trevor Mills on a high out there. Ringwood, I'm not too sure if this is a final score, but it's 85-77 the Redbacks lead out there against the Waverley Blues. So a bit of a shock there. No update from Kings Park. Final score from Mulgrave Reserve, 9-10-64 the Lions to Baronia, 15-20, 110.
Mulgrave are safe, aren't they?
Yeah, they were already safe, but I think Baronia kicked 35 to 45 points in that final quarter, so just running over the top of them. No updates from Templestowe and Heathmont.
What was the most recent score there from Jets and Dockers?
50-19 Heathmont were leading, so
bit of a shock there.
That is a bit of a surprise, definitely. Into third division, last update from Donvale Reserve, Donvale 96 to Coldstream 65. So a decent fight there from the Cougars. Whitehorse Pioneers, I think this might be a final score. The Pioneers 70-91. So a decent fight there as well from the Pioneers as well. And we've already gone through fourth division. So some interesting scores from around the ground.
Indeed. Absolutely. Just looking, I'm just updating the live ladder on Instagram and Facebook at the moment. So Fairpark's percentage boosted 10% today. So it's up to 98%. Oakley District on 88%. So if there is a draw tonight, Fairpark will remain in fourth and play Sylvan next week. Any other results will have Oakley District moving into fourth.
Indeed. So
fairly
it's all
big
down
if
to the Bloods.
Fairly big if, I suppose. But
Well,
yeah.
it is.
I mean, if you're Sean Stanton, you're calling Paul Donahue now and saying just do everything you can to pull off something.
But then those are the games, and that's the way football's played. Sometimes it just the luck comes on your side, and you never know which way it's going to break. So again, you don't get the 4 points here, and we're just talking about Sylvan and going into the finals. But now we're still that dream is alive for Fair Park, and anything can happen. Especially we're saying night footy rain. I think Brash is not. He's never a fan of the night.
He doesn't. No.
But this could turn him, I reckon, if he watches this game and sees a good contest. But yet to play. But again, it's sort of interesting to sort of see for Sylvan how they going into finals. Obviously, coming off this loss.
You'd think Oakley having everything on the line, they'd be just too strong for Warrandyte. But then you look at that result last week with Bayswater and Wanturna South.
Yeah.
And that was at 100 points when you got nothing to play for.
It's a funny game.
It is.
There's a lot of surprises this season, so I would never be too sure of anything. So you leave it open. Give him a chance.
Yeah, I reckon there's probably a Sean Stanton's probably going to put a case of beer on the line there for Paul Donahue or something.
If they get up,
Paul
Donahue probably deserves something from Fairpark and the boys down at Warrandyte. But we're coming to our last few minutes. That was our final. We didn't have any results still missing.
No,
we pretty much got everything.
Pretty much everything. Still not a couple of final scores that haven't been quite updated yet. So
pretty well wrapped up then. It's interesting looking at Premier Division as well. I think that's probably the division that takes my mind, just because they do have another round to play and still a little bit more shuffling about. Blackburn, who do they play next?
They play East Ringwood, Noble Park. Play at home against Bourne.
Yep. Okay.
So
give the Burners that slight chance.
Yeah. Blackburn. That game is at Morn Park as well, so it is possible. Noble Park though is also at home, although the home record isn't that great, Scott.
Yeah. And in a relegation battle, I'm interested in that. Sort of Park Orchards plays Berwick, and then Norwood plays South Croydon. Norwood could get that. Park Orchards could get that. Ryan, do we cover the finals next week, or are we looking at Premier as covering that game as well?
No, we won't be covering Premier next week. We'll be doing our Saturday, Sundays on Radio Eastern 98.1 FM, Facebook and YouTube streams for the senior men's finals. Then we've got a senior women's final next Saturday as well. Beforehand, that will be just streamed on our socials, and then the following week is our massive week for us. That Saturday is all the grand finals for the senior women's competition, and then our test run out at Bayswater Oval for the first Premier final between 3rd and 6th.
So probably Baldwin versus Noble Park for that one, just given the way things may shape out there.
Yeah, it looks like that could be the game 2 weeks in a row, Baldwin versus Noble Park. There's a few things that can twist and turn, so we'll have a look at that during the week and work out our situations. And then
it's interesting, at least we've got Premier to look at as well, because that's going to change the whole landscape as to which way it's going to go as well.
Besides Premier, everything else, and 3 today, everything else has been locked in before the final round of the season, so there's a little bit more on the line for them next week and creates a little more intrigue.
So if Baldwin are able to beat Noble Park, then Blackburn can still get in if they beat East Ringwood.
Yeah, they've got to pull off the upset, which is probably the issue. And Fairpark did it today.
It's not inconceivable,
Well, it looks like we are counting out time here at Sylvan Recreation Reserve, of course. Just recapping the scores there. Fairpark 17-14, 116 defeating Sylvan 6-10-46. Thank you very much to everyone. Scott, great job today on your senior men's debut. Excellent work, mate.
Thanks, mate.
Very much enjoyed calling with you.
It was great calling alongside you, and just a good game to call, and looking forward to footy finals up ahead.
Indeed. Special comments, man. Dylan Smith and Ryan Long, thank you very much to you guys down on the boundary line, braving the wet conditions. John O'Ven and Brett Best and Paul Uconi in the stats centre, huddled under his umbrella. No one can blame him for that, of course. Josh Ward on the scores as well. To Lee and Megan Green, thank you very much for all the work that you guys do behind the scenes. My name's Jared Bainland. Thank you for listening to Eastland Match of the Round.